I'd like to welcome everybody out to the January the 6th, 2025 meeting of the council. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, thank you all for coming out. I hope everybody had great holidays. We look forward to a great new year. Appreciate all the people coming out today. That's very important for citizens to get involved in everything. First up, does any member of council have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest in regards to any item on the agenda?
Mayor, I do not.
I do not.
I do not.
I do not.
All right, moving on. Amendment and approval of the draft agenda. Does any member of council have anything that needs to be amended on this agenda? Mr. Nern?
I'm sorry.
Do you have anything that needs to be amended as far as the agenda? Mr. Boswell?
No.
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 Rodriguez, Corbett?
Negative.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Action, discussion resulting from the closed session. No action was taken by the town council in closed session that are subject to disclosure in any in the open session under North Carolina general statutes. Excuse me. All right. Next up, general council discussions. Does any member of council have anything they'd like to say? Go ahead, John.
I'd like to say thank you to the members of the Committee on Non-American Veterans and Sunset Vision, who prior to the holidays put up the decorations in the park, and then after the holidays took down the decorations in the park. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I do.
Go ahead.
I think as most of you know, the Fridays following regular council meetings, and this is a regular council meeting, I'm here at Town Hall. I come here a little before 10 a.m. and I'll stay until noon or so. They close Town Hall at noon for lunch. But if somebody has a question regarding something going on in the town, I've got 10 or 15 minutes max to spend with each person that comes. Please come. I usually learn a lot from it. And I'll do my best to answer the question or find the answer later on. Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Mr. Nern.
There's a.
Are you on, Charlie?
Hello?
Which mic? Gonna give me credit for it. Get it.
Testing. A lot of things on social media about the overdevelopment of the area. And I'm going to talk to you who don't know, new to the area, or just don't know. The right to develop. Many do not understand what this means. I will try to explain. We get emails, etc., criticizing the council for allowing uncontrolled growth. North Carolina is a developer state. If a property owner wants to develop their property, they have the right to develop. This comes from the state. Developers do not have to improve the roads or infrastructure outside of their own development. Most of the larger developments nearby are in Brunswick County, not the town of Sunset Beach. Those developments were approved by the Brunswick County Commissioners. We have no control over what goes on in these developments. Other than residents within the town boundaries, even if your address is Sunset Beach 28468, you may not live in the town. People say, I live in Sunset Beach. Turns out they don't. And the town has two large developments, Riptide Sea Trail and Logal Homes, where we've gone to conditional zoning, and we use that for both developments. And the developer gets some and gives some, and the town gets some and gives some. That's all.
The other two councilmen, y'all have anything?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, we'll be moving on. Presentation 2023-2024 audit report. Mr. Grissom, you have the floor.
Welcome back.
You see everybody who showed up to listen to you.
Better get out of here. I'm too shy for all this. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here to present the June 30th, 2024 audit. And this was another good audit this year. We got that audit before the December 1st deadline. We issued an unmodified opinion, used to be referred to as a clean opinion. They don't like us to use that term, but that's their highest level of assurance that an independent CPA firm can provide. The books are in great shape. Very few journal entries. I think we only had one minor journal entry. So just signals that you can trust the books on a monthly basis, the information that the town is providing you. We didn't have any internal control findings. There were no compliance findings, no issues with bank reconciliations or purchasing, and there were no budget overages. We did not encounter any difficulties with management. There were no new accounting policies adopted, and we did not consult with other auditors. And at the conclusion of the audit, we prepared something called a data input sheet, which is a lot of financial metrics that the local government commission is interested in. And one of the handouts that came in your packet, I included the data input information. I'll just show you what that'll look like. But it was this handout here. And this has become more and more important in local government. It's basically kind of a self-reporting. So we take the numbers from the audit and we put it into these spreadsheets. And what I found, and you see there's just various graphs like this, but what I found is more and more clients are getting red indicators where the town has to respond. So I'm happy to note, I'm not going to go line by line, but I'm happy to note that the town of Sunset Beach had no issues that needed to be responded to as a result of that data input sheet. So the local government commission was happy with all the information that was reported when this audit. Again, they just keep on picking on more and more. It seems like about 40% of our local government commission clients have, our units in North Carolina have some type of issue. So that's really, really positive. General fund added $999,000 this fiscal year. And there was notable expenditures in the dredging project. Just to point out, there was a deficit at June 30th, 2024 of $1.8 million. So if you did look at those financials, that deficit will go away. We did debate whether to report a receivable, but we decided ultimately not to do that. So that $1.8 million deficit will be gone shortly after. It is gone right now. So just to point that out. So if you look at the balance sheet of the dredging project and the financials, you'll note that. But that's nothing to be concerned about. That's just timing of payment grant.
That was tied into dredging.
Correct.
Okay.
It's just timing of when the grant money was coming to reimburse that fund.
Okay.
And that grant money is in already. We received it.
Correct. We debated on recording a receivable. We didn't. It was an estimate that we made, judgment call. Just wanted to point that out. But everything else from a financial standpoint and as far as your accounting records, we're in great shape. I'll go through the graphs fairly quickly, which is also very, very positive. So we have 10 years of fiscal year information starting in 2015 to 2024. The first one is analysis of fund balance, governmental fund. And you can see all the way back in 2015, the town was at 7.6 million. And now you're at, in 2024, 12 million. So that's overall a nice steady increase. In that far right column, you do see there was a decrease from last fiscal year, but that was due to the dredging expenditures that are all budgeted in this current fiscal year, plus the general fund adding almost $1 million, as I noted. So overall, a good, strong trend for the last 10 fiscal years. Next one, total cash, all funds. Also very positive. You go all the way back to 2015, you're at 1 million, and then this audit 2024 you're at 11.5. So the town, a very good increase over a 10-year period overall. So it's a very positive trend. Next one, number of months in reserve. So this is something the local government commission is very interested in. This is sort of your unassigned fund balance divided by general fund expenditure. So this is sort of your reserve for the town, the town's finances here. You're at 91%, which is very much on par with the previous 10 fiscal years. The local government commission has a 34% minimum. So you're almost triple the minimum.
Would
in
that
other
minimum
words.
be a representative of a beach town, something where storms could be more prevalent than?
Beach is a little bit unique, so that's a little bit of an outlier, and you probably want a higher reserve as a result of that.
Okay.
But that's sort of just based on, I think, population.
Okay.
Or no, take that back. I think it's budget size. The local government commission comes up with this.
The reserve is our capability of functioning if we have a major disaster running through here, and it gives us the ability. Basically, we have 91% of being able to function through the following year of
Correct. And if you look at the bottom, it's also number of months. So it's basically 11 months in reserve.
Okay.
So you take the total expenditures for this fiscal year is how that works. So in other words, you're at least in the local government commission, in great shape. And overall, I mean, the town's been pretty conservative with its funds. Next one is long-term debt. As you can see, over the last 10 fiscal years, the town has been very conservative with the use of installment debt, at least also compared to other municipalities that we audit. For a lot of these years, you had less than $500,000 in debt. So for this fiscal year, you're at 1.7. I think most of that is related to debt for the fire truck that was from the previous fiscal year.
we have parts of 3 fire trucks still being paid off.
That's right.
One due in, but we're paying on it already.
That's right.
Yeah.
Still overall very conservative.
Yeah.
Last graph here, property tax collection percentage, 99.68%. So that's pretty strong and pretty much on par with previous fiscal years. So again, the financial trends are strong. The local government commission satisfied. The audit was completed in a timely manner. We didn't have any issues with internal controls or any other compliance. Is there any questions?
I'd like to make just one comment, and you stay there, Lee, because we got a lot of people here. Normally we have about 10 people here when you do the audit, as you know, and you've got a lot more people here tonight. And I want to emphasize the importance of this audit, and it's so importance of this, what he call unmodified report. That's very, very good news for our town. Very good news for our town. You can't get better news than that as far as financials and reviews. You got to be here to see these people here going over every bit of our finances quietly. I don't know how they do it all day, but they do it. And it's a very nerve-wracking thing for somebody like me to walk through and wondering if everything's going to be okay or not. Especially this year was very, very important. As you remember, we had an investigation of fraud in town. And that investigation didn't come with any findings to it. But it was very important that this audit showed good results, and it did. And it is independent. Independent is so important in this thing. It's an objective examination of all our financial statements, accounting records, all that kind of stuff. And it ensures the financials are accurate. And I think I can't be more pleased, and I can't thank the town administration. I can't thank Tara enough for the work that she does to make this all possible. You got to see Tara running back and forth, supplying these people with all kinds of accounting documents as it happens. And I just want to thank you for being diligent, being here, and being responsible for this thing. And how many good audits have you had now? How many modified with no modifications in a row?
All of my audits have been
17. Oh, so thank you, dear. I appreciate that and what you do. Okay, anybody else want to say anything?
To kind of bootstrap off of what Mike Hargraves just said, we have budget meetings coming up here starting next month in February. Now, they're long, they're boring. I love them, but that's just because I'm a geek. But It's where we take each department within our town. And that's what this audit report was. It looked at each department and where we spent money. But even to watch it on YouTube, I'd highly recommend it because it'll give you an insight into the conversations back and forth between town council, the mayor and town council, and town staff and our various departments. And you'll learn a lot about the way things work here by work within our town by listening to those budget meetings. Please do so.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Lee, I have my favorite question. Give us one-word assessment of the financial state of our town.
Great job.
Thank you.
1 word, 2 words.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
And thank you, Tara, and the rest of the staff. Yeah.
all right. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on next to be our public hearings. First public hearing.
Mayor, can I interject?
Go ahead.
1 second. Would you be able to consider moving the consent agenda up above the public hearings?
Sure.
Because we've got department heads that are standing in the hallway that are going to be here for a while.
Yeah, that'll be.
If you would
perfectly
do
fine.
that, I would
Does any member
appreciate
of
that.
council have a problem with that?
No.
No,
All right. We're gonna move H up where L is. We'll have that right quick and we'll get these guys out of here that's been here all day and ladies. Consent agenda, December the 2nd, 2024 special meeting minutes, December the 2nd, 2024 first regular meeting minutes, December the 10th, 2024 special meeting minutes, Building Inspections Department, November 2024 report, Public Works Department, November 2024 report, Finance Department, November 2024 report, Codes Enforcement Officer Project Supervisor, November 2024 report, Fire Department, November 2024 report, and Police Department, November 2024 report. Does any member of council have any questions in regards to any of these items on consent agenda? Go ahead, Pete.
I have one item. Kim just gave us, as we were sitting down here, some draft or updated on the minutes of 2 of the meetings that I had some comments to her on. And I've been able to go through them and they have been reflected to reflect my comments. So thank you, Kim.
Go ahead, John.
I have a question. I have a question for on the enforcement codes about 938 and 429. Are you going to cover those, or Dustin, please? These are what's the status? The question is, what's the status of 2 properties that have been a major concern? 938 Oyster Point Drive and 429 4th Street.
With Oyster Point Drive, 938, it was sold out of bankruptcy or out of foreclosure, actually, out of foreclosure for $280,000 at 1st of December. I've been checking the tax records daily, if not twice a day, but it has not changed hands yet from the previous owner. Just as soon as I can see who the new owner is, I'm going to reach out to that owner and see what his intentions are with the property, just as soon as I see that. But I haven't got to see who's bought it yet. The tax record has not been updated.
And then we can go forward with
Yeah.
providing
Yep.
pressure to make sure that that building gets taken care of.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And 104th Street, we had a hearing with one of the property owners did show up December 18th to the hearing. After that, letters was sent out to the property owners. Right now, we are in the appeal process right now. They have till the 9th.
They're appealing it, or
We
they
don't
have
know.
the time to appeal
Yeah,
it?
they have time to appeal it. They have till the 9th to
January.
just coming Thursday to appeal it. If they do appeal it, it will go in front of the Board of Adjustments of the town here. But the time stops, the clock stops when that happens. If they do, the Board of Adjustments sides with the town, then they could appeal it to the county, to the court system then. But if they do not appeal it, and we get to pass to Friday, they have till May 5th to address the problem. That's the deadline, is May 5th. And if they do not fix the problems, I will come back to y'all to see what your intentions are with the properties, to fix it or demolish it.
So May 5th is not when they start fixing or remediating the issue. It's when they complete the
Yes.
list that we've provided them.
Yes, we have provided a list to them.
Yeah. Unless there is an appeal process going through the courts. Which,
Yes. And if
Stops the clock.
it stops the clock.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, good job.
Thanks, Dustin. Appreciate
Anything
that.
else for any other department head or any?
Yeah, just a
Go
quick
ahead.
one on the December 2nd minutes. On page 3 of those minutes, or page 52 of the packet that I had anyway. It deals with removal of the shovel ban to allow metal shovels. This was recommended by the police chief at our update or our review, beach review. So we better put that on the agenda, I believe, for our next meeting to do away with that shovel law.
It'll be on the February agenda.
February agenda. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Anything else? Not, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now moving on to the public hearings. Any member of staff that doesn't have anything left is welcome to leave. Thank you. Public hearings, non-residential building or structure ordinance. Do I have a motion to go into the public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, floor is now open. If anybody would like to speak in regards to the non-residential building or structural ordinance, you'll be able to come up to the microphone. You have 3 minutes to state your piece or whatever you would like to say, and then we'll go from there. If there's a lot, like I said, let's move on so everyone will get a chance to have their say.
Mayor, they're checking in the back
Okay,
room
that's
and
fine.
out in the lobby.
Does everybody understand what this is? It's not parking and it's not the hotel.
Oh, okay, no, we didn't understand. So
Okay.
what is it in plain English?
It has to do with how we can make commercial properties comply. We have an ordinance that helps us with residential properties, and you just heard Dustin Graham talk about 2 of the properties that we're working on with that ordinance. This our UDO, our Unified Development Ordinance, did not include any way for us to deal with commercial properties. That's what this is all about.
Okay, so when it's parking or hotel, you'll let us know.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we'll call it that.
You're anxious. I don't.
All right, floor is open. Was anybody back in the back, Chief? Nobody wants to speak on this. Double check, because this is, yeah.
Hopefully they could hear us with that explanation.
There's no visual and the cell service is not working, so we can't hear what's going on.
Okay.
I came around here to see.
Just open this door.
You have no cell service?
Well, it's delayed because there's so many people.
Oops, excuse me. Can you
I
guys hear
understand.
anything? Yeah. These guys are hearing everything.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
There's people in the lobby, Jim.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right. Nobody on this one? Okay, just double check up. That,
Is this
understand
yours or
it's
mine?
construction.
That should be there.
And
That's
then
on your
commercial.
microphone. That's the little thing that goes on top of your microphone. No, no.
We have code words now.
This is.
Nothing on the commercial?
Yeah.
Commercial side, all right. If
I make a motion that we close this
Going to.
public
Give me
hearing.
1 second, sir.
All right.
Just making sure there's nobody there. Do I have a motion to close this public hearing for the non-residential building or structural ordinance?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on next, public hearing, 313A2, table 33, dimensional requirements.
Codename hotel.
The floor is now open for this one. Again, please state your name and address when you come up, and I'll be courteous as I can on 3 minutes.
Brad Way, 7610-4, High Market Street, and what I've learned is the wonderful Mud District. So first off, again, thank you all for having this public hearing. I know you didn't have to do that, and so I very much appreciate you doing that. And I also thank you, all the residents in this room, the room out there, and of course out in the streets that are interested in this topic. So I hope this is making an impact to you all. As I stated in December, I'm here to ask you to vote no on the proposed height amendment. The reasons I feel strongly about this are, I believe with a hotel in our area of the Mud District, we're going to see increased congestion, negative impacts on our current infrastructure, our roads, water, and I understand we don't have control of that, but that's going to happen to us. We're going to see increased noise in our small community. We're going to see increased traffic that we talked about last time that we're already seeing. We're going to see, and we know this because we were young. When we went to hotels, we partied. We had a good time. I'm old now. I'm out of that. But we're going to have parties and the behavior that we don't need in our small townhome community. We're going to have increased trash.
Stay close to the mic because they won't.
We're going to have increased trash along our streets that my wife and I currently pick up on a regular basis, trying to keep it out of my dog's mouth. And I believe it's going to have a negative impact on my properties. And I thank Sunset Beach for what you guys have done for my property values. My property values have doubled over the years, but this is not going to help that. If the council chooses to vote yes on this amendment, I believe that the feedback you've provided me in December, where it's not our problem anymore because it's a private street, you can't have that anymore. You can't be like that. If you're going to bring that property into my area, impact my private roads, it now becomes part of your problem. I believe we can't stop a hotel being built in the Mud District. I completely understand that. But I think if we are strict to what we believe is right for Sunset Beach and we stay true to our amendments, we could attract a boutique hotel. We all know people want to be in this community, but let's bring in those folks that want to build to our standards and will fit into our neighborhood. I recognize I can't stop that. So in closing, as you all being elected officials, that many of us voted for you, I truly ask you to listen to those folks that are here in the other room and outside that are going to ask for your support in voting no on this amendment. I will state for me, I'm not voting no to the hotel. If we get the right hotel, I think it can help us. We can get that bakery. We can get that growth we want. But if we get the wrong hotel in there, we're only doing damage to our small, beautiful town. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up. Next up, please.
Lynn Neesmith, Nesmith. I live at 210 Shoreline Drive East in Sunset Beach. I'm not a full-time resident, but I'm here almost 6 months of the year, and I love Sunset Beach. And I want to start with size matters. Offering a variance for a number of feet is a horrible precedent. Look at Myrtle Beach. Look at Ocean Isle. Look what high-rises do to an area. Yes, it's only a number of feet, but feet matter, size matters. We've got to keep the zoning. We've got to respect the zoning. We've got to keep the character of Sunset Beach. You're dealing with these houses that are eyesores because things weren't written out. Well, this is one time we have a strict zoning. We have the mud. We have rules and regulations in place. And let's just hope that you will respect what's been in place for decades that have made Sunset Beach unique. We love Sunset Beach. We want to keep Sunset Beach the way it is. Opening this up to a suburban sprawl, typical chain, mid-level, it's not even, you're acting like a Hampton Inn, it's a Ritz-Carlton. When I was working at Southern Living, we had to stay at a Hampton Inn because it was the cheapest hotel there was in most towns. So let's not just forget what's important here. Quality. We've got the Sunset Inn, a mom and pop bed and breakfast. It's been there for 20 years. People love the Sunset Inn. It's served us well. We don't need chains. We don't need suburban sprawl. And most of all, we don't need to be Myrtle Beach.
Chief, hey Chief, if you will, while we got somebody coming up, go ahead and see in this other room who wants to come and maybe go ahead and get them lined up so we can be efficient. And the lobby, but let's be efficient if we can.
Hi.
Go ahead,
Hi.
ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Melody Bazell, and I live at 106 West Main Street, but I'm here on behalf of my mother. And I could go through a lot of the details that many people will already mention, but so what I would like to do is just say something very simple, and that is honor your word. My mom, who is 85 and worked 70 years of her life, she just retired last year. She bought a house on Privateer Loop, and she relied on the contract that you all made with residents in with the UDO that was passed just a little over a year ago. Please honor your word, treat all people fairly, and reject the text amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on, ma'am.
Hi, hello. My name is Elizabeth Manis. My husband and I own a house on 416 Dauphin Street, and I'd like to thank the town council for the opportunity to speak tonight and for all the residents for coming here to express their view. We are opposed to the modification to increase the limit of the UDO height above 50 feet. Changes in height restrictions, as has already been said, establish a precedent that subsequently will be challenged in the name of fair and equitable governance. In fact, Sea Trail Gold Resort Holdings has already noted in a letter sent to the town of Sunset Beach on December 2nd, 2024, that the amendment to the height ordinance raises concerns of procedural inconsistency and has requested equity and inclusion in height limit adjustments also be applied to Sea Trail buildings. Thus, if the modification to the height limitations is allowed for Hampton Inn and Sunset Beach, residents and visitors can expect future challenges into height limitations. Ultimately, the profile of Sunset Beach, including both the skyline and the charm of our coastal community, will be adversely changed. Therefore, we strongly are opposed to making an exception to the current UDO height restriction, and we urge the town council and planning board members to vote no and to maintain the commitment to maintain the integrity of the ordinance limiting the height and the integrity of our coastal community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this front room? Come on.
Good evening. I'm Roz Dolan, and I live at 627 Eastwood Park in Sea Trail. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the hotel height text amendment. At this time, I'm against building a hotel in the Mud District and also against the height increase to 60 feet. And also, this is in part of my email that I sent to all of you, so you have that as reference. The town has already approved a hotel in Sea Trail, and it's a good thing for Sea Trail because we need the hotel to support the convention center and the 3 golf courses, as well as the condos that are there. But Sunset Beach at this time, I don't think needs another hotel. But if we were looking to add a hotel to the center of the town, wouldn't it be great if the area had matching architecture or a coastal design and did look like a village, which has been the concept that I've read in some of the attachments to the agenda packet. We should have architectural standards that are similar to the current High Point Market and townhomes in design, or at least a coastal design. The Hampton Inn will not blend in to the area design. If this height is increased for this hotel, then the height limit should be extended to the hotel that will be built in Sea Trail Golf Resort. Why would we approve this for this one hotel company and not give the same consideration to our resident taxpayer owners who are developing the Sea Trail Golf Resort? The Sea Trail complex is probably one of the largest collective taxpayers in Sunset Beach and will continue to add revenue to the town of Sunset Beach now and in the future. So I appreciate you listening. I appreciate the hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the front room? All right. Okay.
I'm Mickey Smith, 123 Forest Walk, Sunset Beach. As a resident of Sea Trail, and as many has said, I am opposed to the amendment to raise the height from 50 feet to 60 feet in the Mud District. I can't believe, after all the town council meetings that we had over a 24-month period on conditional zoning and all the money that was spent by the Sea Trail investors, that this would even be considered. As you know, over 60% of the tax base for Sunset Beach comes from Sea Trail. If decision is going to be made to raise the height from 50 to 60 feet, be consistent and fair to Sea Trail. And I end by saying this quote, no matter who or what you support, I believe in supporting fairness first. Thank you.
Anyone else in the front row? Okay, come on. Yes, ma'am.
I did not even plan to speak, so I have nothing written down, but
Name
it's
and
caught
address.
my
Name and
interest.
address.
Sandy Lemons. I live at 220 Crooked Gully Circle
Thank you.
in Sea Trail. And to follow up on the lady, it's rude to point, but the lady sitting beside Mickey Smith, I'm not sure, but she had a great, what she just said, a great point. I was a downtown manager in Belmont and Davidson in North Carolina. And Belmont, if you look at their codes and what they did for their hotel and for the Walmart, they made them follow the architectural design for Belmont Abbey College, which I think she spoke to that. And same thing with Davidson. We did a lot of development in downtown Davidson, grew that downtown district threefold. So I think that you can be creative, and I think you can stay true to the town of Davidson, and I think we can make ourselves extremely unique by doing that. Marketing is tricky, but this could be marketing. You have a hotel boutique. I'm not sure about all the height restrictions in Sea Trail with that hotel, what Mickey was speaking to, but I do think that greater minds could prevail here. Do we have a planning director for the town of Sunset Beach? I don't know. I just
Right there.
Oh, hey there, Ron. So you probably know some of the people I know for sure, but you're familiar with Davidson and Belmont, I know, and so that would be challenging for you and your department. And sometimes you got to go easy to go fast. And Rome was not built in a day. And I can attest to that. And also, while I have the audience, I think that we should look at applying to be a North Carolina Main Street community. I had done that in several towns where I've worked, and there's nothing but there's grant money, there's structure and revitalizing and retaining your presence in the architectural history of the town that you're in. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in this front room? Not?
Dyson.
I'm Richard Dysinger, 704 Fairway Drive East. Full disclosure, I'm a member of the planning board that voted for this. And I want to correct a couple of impressions. I first want to start with Sea Trail, which I am a resident. We spent 3 days grinding through everything that developer asked for. And there were some great negotiations. If they wanted a taller hotel, all they had to do was ask. And if they want a taller hotel, all they have to do is come back and ask for another special zoning request, and I think it would be viewed favorably. It's not Sunset Beach's business to keep Sea Trail in business. They're doing a fabulous job with some of the remakes that they've done, and there have been great cooperation. The second thing, all of the issues that come with the cosmetics are going to be dealt with in the preliminary plats. This is only about the parapets that are going to cover the mechanicals that are required on top of a 4-story hotel. Okay? So, yes, I think this opens the door. Hilton is a great brand. I think the Hampton Suites Inn is an appropriate brand for Sunset Beach. We're a family-oriented town, always have been. We're not building, we don't want to be Hilton Head. We don't want to be Myrtle Beach. We don't want to be Calabash. And the Mud District is crucial to that village transformation. We have a great big sign, Village Center. And what do you walk into? A pasture. That has to change. I'm not crazy about the hotel being the first build in that Mud District, but it's a good idea. And we need to follow through on it. We need to talk to Hilton and make sure that they adhere to the cosmetic standards that we set. And I think they'll be a great addition to the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Anyone else in the front room? One more.
Hi, Kelly Way, 7610-4 High Market Street. And I hadn't planned to say anything either, but Richard, you sparked passion in me to just say, you walk up to the village and you
Please
see,
talk to us.
and you see,
Talk to the microphone.
and you see a hotel coming in. There needs to be a vision for this, and we need to be more proactive versus reactive of getting these hotels coming in saying, I want. If you guys have been working on this and the vision was there, we could have proactively brought in a nice, smaller Sunset Inn type hotel and brought in more businesses that way. I feel like we're being very reactive to this situation. And I am against the 50 feet or against raising it. And I would ask you to say no to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the front row? If not, we got any back there? Go ahead.
You didn't come from outside, did you?
It's a long walk, wasn't it?
Well, lift up the mic a
Slide the
little bit.
mic up just a little bit. Where we can hear you. There you go, sir.
My name is Richard Dickey. I live on 1611 Palomar Drive in the new sanctuary development.
Welcome.
Thank you for inviting us to make comments. I have two comments in particular. I have other neighbors who are going to make some other comments. My comment is this: if the building is lower in the back, as has been described, our neighborhood may see the apparatus on the roof. We don't really want to see the apparatus on the roof. We ask that the contents on the roof not be visible from surrounding areas like the sanctuary where we live. Also, we request that the parking areas be hidden from our neighborhood by something taller than a tractor trailer. That is, trees or hedge vegetation. I don't mean to say that we want a tractor trailer to be there, but we're talking about the height of a tractor trailer. And if you look at once you look at the property and what's between that property and our development, I think you'll understand my comments. Thank you for hearing them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Steve Margini. I live at 1627 Palomar Drive, which is actually in the sanctuary in Sunset Beach. Some concerns, questions, I guess, baked in. Increased vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Let me back up just a little bit also. I have a unique perspective for this type of growth. In a previous life, I was a New York State trooper in the lower Hudson Valley area, retired after 24 years. The area was different, but similar in that it was a picturesque area that did have a decent amount of folks visiting from all over the world. You're now in north of New York City, there's bed and breakfasts, apple picking, etc. I noticed as soon as the hotels started to spring up, in particular, a certain change. And that change was an increased call for service, both criminal, medical, and fire. It did stretch the resources. So that is one of the concerns. The pedestrian and vehicular traffic, just based on the proposition of this hotel, would seem to defy logic that it would not cause undue duress. In other words, traffic being diverted, whether by GPS, etc. How are they going to get to this hotel? If it's coming off the highway, there's a very good probability that it's going to be directed right through the sanctuary, Manta Ray, Coraline. Also, pedestrian traffic leaving the hotel, people wanting to walk dogs, exiting the hotel. Where's the natural area to go? You're looking for a green space. We are the green space. They're not going to walk down the highway. Also, looking at the type of hotel, I'm not picking on that hotel brand. I'm just saying off-season versus on-season. We did see a difference in the activity there. They're not All the folks that came down and stayed were not there to pick apples, depending on the time of the year. What was the difference? Well, it brought drugs, it brought prostitution, it brought overdoses, transients, suicides, homeless. Also, construction crews that were contracted in the area, migrants / illegals. That's all part of what will come in. There was no controlling that part of it, especially off season when you're looking at lower rates. You're not going to get necessarily the shiny, happy, smiling people coming in all the time. You have Bike Week, Bike Month to deal with as well in North Myrtle. And if we think that that's not going to be a place that is going to be stopped in, you are sadly mistaken, because we will feel that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, folks. My name is Steve Strini, 7645 High Market Street, unit number 3. When I bought a townhome in the mixed-use district, I was aware of empty lots in the area. I knew eventually that more development would happen. In the past few months, I've been reminded by town officials that I should have had knowledge of building taking place in my area. I mean, it was obvious to me that it was going to take place at some point. I think a case could be made that I was also aware of an in-place building height restriction pertaining to zoning in that area. How could I anticipate the town of Sunset Beach randomly allowing zoning changes such as this height restriction request in this area? This change, I do not believe, is in the spirit of the community and especially the local people whom this will affect the most. Just recently, the town insisted that Riptide Builders in Sea Trail lower a requested height for a condominium project. That's what I read.
I know.
And just to piggyback on what a couple other people talked about here, and I think I've spoken about this before in the past, to have a vision, to get together with the owner of the property here, Carolina Dreams Golf. They have all those open lots there. Get a vision, get a consultant, hire some people. We hire people all the time. We pay people to do different things here. Get a consultant, get a vision, figure out something that could be really nice for there. And maybe have the hotel incorporated with it. I don't know, but maybe not such as large as we're trying to achieve here. But you got a great opportunity here to take the bull by the horns and make a nice walking in-town center here in Sunset Beach. And I wish you guys would really think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Gable, and I live at 1620 Manta Ray Way. I came with a lot of notes. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I also sent letters recently, I believe, to all the town council.
Good letters.
And thank you. And spoke with Councilman Larkin a couple of weeks ago. Thank you for your time. I brought a lot of notes, and I'm glad to say that a lot of those have already been discussed. I don't agree with the changing of the text to 60 feet. I think it's a slippery slope. I'm concerned that, well, if there's a taller hotel, it seems like it should be in Sea Trail. There's probably a better reason for it to be there with golf packages and things like that. And I know that this hotel can be built there. I know that the mud restrictions would allow that. But I don't see the small town of Sunset Beach being able to support a 150-room hotel in Sea Trail and a 108-room hotel in the mud area. I do have concerns then about what happens when they're not busy. You know, do those hotels then get sold out and become a Motel 6? You know, do we have illegal immigrants placed into the hotels? I just see a lot of things that could happen down the road. I hope they wouldn't.
but I live close by, and that's where I plan to stay. I moved here from Charlotte, North Carolina 18 months ago. Charlotte had become way too big, way too crowded, way too much crime. And I picked Sunset Beach because I love it here. It's a nice, quiet town. It's small. I know a lot of people here already. And
same thing.
yeah, it's a great place. And the beach is a family beach. I didn't pick OIB. It was my first choice. But, it's a younger crowd there. I fit in better here. So I'm happy to be here, but I don't want it to change too quickly. And I do have big concerns. And then with the parking changes that are probably going to take place, the people that come down and stay at the hotel are also going to increase the traffic, because now they can't walk from that hotel to the beach. They're going to have to take their cars constantly. And I'm concerned about, lights in the parking. Light kind of goes everywhere. And when one of my neighbors leaves their floodlights on, keeps me awake. No offense. I've got a lot of neighbors here. A lot of neighbors and friends.
We have their name and address.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I gave you that at the beginning. Bonnie Gable, 1620 Monterey.
Everybody has it now.
The lights.
I've got a lot of neighbors here, a lot of good friends. But I would also like to say that if a hotel was built, the better lot seems to be the lot that's bordered by Sunset or by Beach Road, not the one adjacent to it. But would be better for egress. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Trogdon, 7620 High Market Street, Unit 4. I strongly oppose the granting of a 10-foot height variance to the Hampton Inn, or quite frankly, any other structure in the mud zone. The 10-foot variance would allow the construction of Hampton Inn's cookie-cutter 58-foot tall square box. This square box will dramatically increase traffic in the area, traffic on unpatrolled private roads. The homeowners on these private roads have requested permission to install speed bumps to help control excessive traffic or help control excessive speed. However, the fire marshal has denied those requests. The square box, as presently designed, will back up to several residential neighborhoods, exposing the residents to the dumpster trash, smell, crime, noise, etc., dramatically reducing property values and quality of life. I urge the town council to deny the 10-foot variance. Instead, request the developer resubmit plans that comply with the mud zoning, plans with the village or coastal style architecture in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, come on.
Next.
No, you don't. Just state your name and address. Okay.
My name is Jeff Harper, and my family has a home built in 1963, I think, on 40th Street. And this is
What's your address, sir?
It's 426 40th Street.
Thank you.
And this is the first meeting I've been to in my life coming down here, so it's been an enjoyable education experience. But I'm in commercial real estate, and that doesn't really matter. But I was thinking, as a residential transaction, if we look at this hotel situation like a shopping center, shopping centers, all of us know, most of them, if they're a neighborhood shopping center, they're going to be successful, they have to have an anchor tenant, right? So they'll go after a Food Line or a Publix or a Harris Teeter. And then what happens is, if you go with the Food Line, most of the tenants that follow will be of a lower demographic, a lower scale, lower quality of tenants will automatically follow those into the building. And very rare is there any deviation from that. Whereas if you pick a Publix or a Harris Teeter, you can just about guarantee that the higher quality tenants and businesses that follow that will meet the standard. And the whole area benefits from a high quality development that looks good, is in the best location, et cetera. So I think if we look at it that way, I have nothing against Hampton Inn. We have 5 kids, and I've stayed in plenty of one-room Hampton Inns with 5 kids, trying to make ends meet back in the day. So there's nothing wrong with that chain. But chain hotels, just like Hardee's and McDonald's and any kind of chain business, they use templates. And the templates, if they're coming to you because they don't have a template that apparently fits our, our restrictions that are in place now. So they're asking us to change. Whereas, somebody will come along at some point with a higher quality. I can guarantee you. If you say no, and I hope you will, they will say, we're going to conform to what you have here, and we're going to bring you something of higher quality. Then the people that come behind us will likely be a higher quality too, and everybody will benefit. And y'all have done a great job of managing this beach. And when we drive on the island now, we're so thankful now that y'all planted these beautiful palm trees and you put in nice lights over the last few years and done a lot of good things. On 40th Street, we're at the dead end. You did a really good job on the park. Thank you. It looks great. You did a fabulous job. So you've created a lot of the quality that we now expect. So just hold that up, and I think good things will happen.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on. Come on. I don't have to hesitate. Chris, I'll put it out. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name's Jeffrey Getz. I live at 7610 High Market Street. At the December 18th annual meeting with our Master Association, Patty Jones, property manager for Sunset Village Properties, emphasized the need for beautification, emphasizing street improvements, including signs, street improvements, and parking spot striping in Sunset Village. At the same time that the Master Association has chosen to prioritize beautification, Stewart Realty has entered into discussions to sell property located on High Market Street next to the townhouse units and the newly constructed cottages across from the sanctuary, and to build a Hampton Inn hotel. In order to close this deal, relief on the Sunset Beach building height restrictions had to be increased by 10 foot. I personally have not seen any architectural drawings depicting the style and construction of this hotel. The townhouses on Queen Anne and High Market were all built in a classic Charleston style, and I would hope that any hotel would reflect an intent to complement this style. For your information, the Dock Street HOA spent $70,000 in 2024 to paint the facility, all the townhouses on Queen Anne and High Market, and has committed thousands of dollars to replace roofing and chimneys in 2025 and beyond. In keeping with the Master Association's goals of beautification in Sunset Village, I cannot support the relief of any height restriction in the building code. Messrs. Councilman and Mr. Mayor, you are at the edge of the Rubicon and need to consider your path of no return on this height restriction, if this height restriction is granted. What's next? As we grow, there will be more requests to change building codes, and you will have shown your ability to change the long-range plans currently in place for Sunset Beach. A hotel may be a good thing for Sunset Beach, but it has to be in the right place. This current location has no direct access off of 904 or Sunset Boulevard. What impact will this have on the traffic on High Market Street? I suggest you have the planning board and the Master Association reconvene to discuss options for the hotel location, along with a request for detailed construction drawings of what the hotel with a higher roof would look like, along with landscaping, parking, and trees. Keep Sunset beautiful. Thank you.
My name is Linda Lundgren.
And speak in the mic, please.
All right.
Yeah.
My name is Linda Lundgren. I'm at 7650 Front Street in Sunset Beach. One of the areas that I felt we need to investigate, and many of us have brought up traffic, currently, we are in a growth mode. I'm a marketing person. I did an analysis on Sunset Beach for a real estate reason, and we're exploding right now in traffic. It's very annoying. It's so different from 2 years ago. If you do a traffic study, you will see how a hotel like this will affect the community. There'll be so many people. I'm honked at maybe once a week by individuals who are driving, irresponsibly. And what I have to say is we have a beautiful community. We moved here because it was sort of laid back and relaxing. Well, that will change. I lived in Cary, North Carolina in 1998 and moved there for the same reason, the serenity. My house was across the street from a farm, and then it changed. I did a population study. It was 78,000 in Cary in 1998, and it grew by 5 times its population growth due to businesses that started to move in there. And now it's so unpleasant to be there. It was voted the best city to live in when I was there. It's not the best city to live in. People were moving out because their impressions were it would be a nice place to live. I need to ask you, the people that are voting for this, would you like a hotel next to where you live? I live right next to the Ingram Planetarium, and to have a hotel right next to where I live would be really troublesome. I also did some contract work for the Hilton people, and they are no longer in the hotel business. They are in the timeshare business. They sell those rooms to individuals who maybe want to come once a year here, and all they're responsible for now is property management. The Hilton brand, as it started out, is dead. They're only using the name. That's all they're doing. So basically what I'm saying here, that because we have so much resistance to this project, what's going to happen is we are going to continue to resist you. And what will happen with the project is it'll slow it down. You may still get your hotel, but it will slow it down. And so every day that is a delay in construction is going to cost more money every day. So it's not as profitable to build it as you thought previously. You'll be made a lot of promises that are broken, and it will hurt our community substantially. And I have some first-hand knowledge of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you come in from outside?
I did.
Katie?
I came from the lobby.
Okay.
I never
Hi,
noticed
welcome.
Hi.
Welcome.
Katie Hovermail, 1429 Bay Street, Sunset Beach. I just figured I'd come and talk because I hadn't seen you guys in a while. I appreciate y'all bringing up such controversial subjects because I've met more people tonight in the town of Sunset Beach.
We want to hear what you have to say.
I came to say that and speak in opposition to the change to the UDO, the ordinance, similar to the other comments that have been made. I won't try to repeat those because I agree with them. I originally came to say that I thought that there was a procedure in place so that a contractor, when they wanted to build something that was not in compliance with or within the code, that contractor then submitted a variance, a request for variance to the Board of Adjustment.
That's one option. They have other options though.
Okay, so I thought that was the option. Now that I've been here tonight, I'm just as glad that was not the option because many people have expressed their opinion in opposition to the building of that particular hotel, or particularly changing that UDO. I speak likewise. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lawrence Hirschoff. I live at 219 Barony Place Drive in Sea Trail. And I'm really not accustomed to addressing this group and agreeing with Robert Hill and the various Riptide entities. But to me, this issue is so critical to fairness. Mickey Smith hit it on the head. And protection of the town of Sunset Beach. that I have to speak up, and I exhort you to unconditionally reject the requested exception that the UDO would have if you let this hotel be built with a 60-foot height. We're a nation of laws, and we must respect the body and intention of those laws and regulations. The maximum 50-foot building height is designed to protect our little town from becoming Alexandria or New York City. We don't want tall buildings on our shoreline or in the middle of our town. So when Riptide's predecessor proposed a big hotel, it went nowhere. I was shocked to hear the man from the planning department say that they would have just rolled over and given Riptide anything they wanted. When Riptide proposed their hotel, they complied with the UDO, and they received conditional zoning approval. And for the town to now okay a single 60-foot building height for a single entity in a single location not only smells bad and looks bad, it is bad. This is a dangerous precedent. Besides being unfair to everybody else who's complied with UDO, how will a taller hotel benefit the citizens of our town, outside of maybe a little bit more property tax? Once you slide down that slippery slope, what's next? A 70-foot tall building on the island? Moreover, given the economies of hotel development, given this new proposal, a decided advantage over the proposed Riptide Hotel will make it more difficult for both to coexist. They should all have to comply with the UDO, and we should end this let's make a deal environment now. We already have to tolerate the increased traffic from the additional 500 units in the much maligned Logan deal. Enough is enough. And as Forrest Gump said, that's all I have to say about that. Thank you for considering. Thank you for considering your fiduciary responsibilities.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay, so this is an email that I sent to you guys earlier today.
Please state your name and address.
Amy
please.
Riddle, and I'm at 7627 Privateer Loop. And some of you might have gotten this earlier today, so sorry I'm going to be reading it out, but just letting everyone
It's been a
for the
busy day,
record.
so hopefully.
What's that?
It's been a busy day, but okay.
Go ahead. Let her
You'll know if you
Okay,
read it.
Go ahead.
I'm writing in regards to the proposed zoning amendment to extend the height limit at Seaside Village to 60 feet in order to accommodate a 4-story hotel. It is astonishing that such a foolish idea was proposed, much less is being considered. It gives me great concern that the individuals holding positions of power to make such amendments for the town of Sunset Beach and the people who reside within it need to be told that no one wants a hotel in the proposed location. It appears you all should consider going home and enjoying your retired lives instead of attempting to make decisions which affect the lives of your fellow townspeople. I wonder if your homes were located in or around Seaside Village, you would consider such an amendment. The Food Line Shopping Center and its surrounding roads are the most trafficked location in Sunset Beach. Please explain your reasons for choosing this location to extend an ordinance instead of one which can handle the burden. As far as I can tell, there are at least a few other plots of land within a 3-mile radius that have not been claimed by new home construction. Again, it is alarming to wonder whether the individuals holding town council positions have any ability to use objective thought or reasoning. I am convinced each of you already knows Sunset Beach residents do not want a hotel anywhere other than on Highway 17. Any conclusion that puts a hotel in the heart of Sunset Beach is made only by persons with something to gain. This leads me to believe there are personal, financial, familiar, and or otherwise improper motives and or pressure behind the amendment. Please disclose any and all circumstances which would result or could potentially result in your personal favor should the zoning amendment pass. This includes, but is not limited to, any and all third-party and or arm's length relationships. Where is all the money going? Town leadership has undertaken the task of supporting as many homes as can possibly be built in Sunset Beach. So far, the people have seen no benefit or meaningful use of the massive amount of money coming in through such development. We have also seen no infrastructure to accommodate the number of people purchasing homes here. Instead of focusing on the significant increase in population, your planning involves planning for more people to come on a temporary basis. You will get your hotel if you want it, and there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. The question is, why do you want it? There is no space for the usual arguments here: tax value, services to the population, employment, and new business. 1. Tax value. You should all be set in that. You should be all set in that department. The money is clearly going somewhere, just not where any of us can see it. Services to the population. Residents of Sunset Beach do not require the services of a hotel. Employment. The vast majority of employment opportunities stemming from a hotel would be well below the level of income required to actually live in Sunset Beach. That is, unless you all are willing to trade in your retired town council positions for a minimum wage gig at the new hotel.
Sorry, but it's 3 minutes is up. Thank you so much. I don't do commercial roofing, so don't get that idea. No.
I'd like to make a statement.
Go ahead.
You know, this isn't the first time that this council or previous councils have been charged of doing this for personal gain. And I've been doing this for 8 years. And I guarantee you there's not anyone in this room can find any way that I or any of these people on here have gotten personal gain out of any of the decisions that we have made. So I'd just like that to be omitted from any of your reporting, any of your Facebook discussions, or the other stuff that's there. Most of us are here because we believe in service to this community. We believe in this community. And so I thank you all not to make that type of accusation unless you can come up and back it up and take us to court. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Christy Garnett, 7640 Front Street, Unit 2, Sunset Beach, right beside the planetarium, right where you're proposing to build this hotel. My notes are on my phone because we've had to watch the meeting on YouTube, and I left it with other people in the lobby. There are so many things I want to say right now, but I will say I have asked you this question last year. I'm here full time now, so I'll see you every month on first Monday. If you're not getting any personal or financial or any benefit out of your decisions you make against this town, then explain why we tell you no on so many things and then you say yes. And don't tell me we don't know what we're talking about, because I have run a multi-million-dollar business. As far as I know, only the mayor has actually run a business, met a payroll, controlled cost, and been 100% in control and responsible for what a company does. I would like to see the audit. I would like to, as a forensic accountant, audit your books myself. Every transaction and every check. Because I do not believe this town is run efficiently, and you guys waste more money than any town I have looked at on the books. I say no. You've wasted an hour, over an hour and a half of people's time tonight for us to tell you no to changing the 50-foot limit. If I want to build a house on the island and I want to go over 35, I can't do it. So 50 foot is the limit. Sea Trail was told no. You tell Hampton no. A nice boutique hotel will come in here, make it look pretty. I'm not saying we're never going to have a hotel. No, we don't need a hotel. But for some reason, you guys think we do. And until November, we can vote 3 of you out of here. We have to sit here and argue and waste our time coming up here to tell you why it is not a good idea. I been coming down here over 25 years. The changes I've already seen that this council has allowed are horrendous. I can go to any place in this town and talk to people. Nobody thinks you're doing a good job, except for Mr. Dysinger. So,
let's cut all this out. Come on, go ahead.
Please address us.
Go ahead, ma'am. Yeah,
so we can learn.
Address us.
No to anything over 50 foot in Sunset Beach. You made the rules, now follow them.
Thank you. Next. We got another one? That's everybody? All right.
Well,
Okay. But I was talking about out there. Nobody else? I think he's okay. That's everybody out there? Okay. Thank you all.
Mayor, a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
This is the public hearing portion of it. I hope you all stay for the time that we deliberate and discuss the issues. That would help us.
All right. If there's nothing else, if no council has anything, do I have a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
No more discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Moving on next to the public hearing for 310B, encroachment for emergency disconnects. Do I have a motion to go into the public hearing for this?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, floor is open if anybody has any questions or comments in regards to this. You want to double check back there for me, Dustin, please?
Explain, we better explain what this is.
Go ahead, Pete. You like to explain them. Talk to them.
Well, if you cared about it, you'd know what it was. It has to do with emergency disconnects when a fire department or police show up and there's a problem with the house. First thing we want to do is we want to shut the electricity off, and it allows access to them. It's all in the agenda. I'm sure you've all read it.
Anybody back there, Chief, that you know of?
I'll take that as a compliment too, Mayor, that I can explain things.
Yeah, I know you like
Okay.
This is, by the way, this is state mandated too. This is state mandated.
I'm gonna give him one more second just till I see Dustin, but other than that, if anybody in the front room have anything. Okay, we're good? All right. Do I have a motion to close this public hearing for this encroachment? All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, do I have a motion to open the public hearing for 213 stormwater management and 324A4 driveways? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the floor is now open in regards to any of this. Pete, you want to go ahead and give them a little overview of this just to make sure everybody has what they need?
I hope you're not making fun of me, Mayor.
I'm not, sir. I'm not. Maybe not, but go ahead. Go ahead.
You won't do my roof if you're making fun of it.
That's fine. I got a lot to do. Go ahead.
What this basically is there's some issues around in our town, and we don't have a proper unified development ordinance to control it. We're trying to control stormwater for all of the citizens' protection. What we really want to do is keep stormwater on people's property so that it can't just drain into the next neighbor's yard. And
Thank you, sir. Is anyone, nobody back there, everybody's good? Anybody in here like to make a comment in regard to this while public's open? All right, if not, do I have a motion from council to close this?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Any discussion at all?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now is our public comments on agenda items only. Would anybody like to speak on this? Check back there for me, Dustin, please. Of course, this is anything that is on our agenda tonight. If you'd like to speak, yes, ma'am, you're welcome to. You know the deal, just name and address.
I know the deal. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, now, parking, paid beach parking is on our agenda, correct?
Later
So
on.
this is the time to do it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. I am Roz Dolan, and I live in Sea Trail at 627 Eastwood Park Road. I just wanted to talk a little bit about beach parking. I've followed, this is the first meeting I've been to about beach parking, but I've followed everything on YouTube and have tried to go through all of the agenda packets and all the documentation. So I may not be totally clear on what's going on, and I think there's still, I assume there's a lot more information that has to come out for everybody from a planning.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
But I am in favor of paid beach parking, and I know it's a hot topic, but I feel that it's inevitable that Sunset Beach will have to have paid parking. But I think the taxpayers should not pay any additional for beach parking, and I think the $25 fee is fine. I would like to see more than one car registered, but I may not understand all the reasoning behind that, maybe because of the way it is. But I'd probably want two vehicles. Only we don't take one vehicle at a time to the beach. But I also am a member of the Sunset Beach Turtle Patrol. And I know a number of our volunteers live outside of Sunset Beach. But I do think that possibly if it is true that we'll have free parking before 9 a.m. and after 5, that would be helpful.
That's a
for
thought,
the,
yes.
For the Sunset Beach
That's a
Turtle
focus of
Patrol.
ours.
Also, I'm on Bird Island Turtle Patrol. So I think I saw this, but I hope that there are going to be extra parking spaces planned down at 40th Street.
Yes.
I don't. People that live in 40th, they probably don't want that, but it would be very helpful for those that like to go down to
Join
Bird
our
Island.
world.
Join what we do
I
daily.
know. So, let's see what else. But most importantly, I think that we need to do the planning and the delineating, or whatever the word is, for all the parking spaces on Main Street. Because over the 10 years that I've been on Turtle Patrol, I've noticed that the parking, it's just become, there's been such a decrease just because of how the right of way has been taken over. So I feel like that is something that you have to do immediately, and that needs to be done now. That needs to be phase 1. There's no way to really move forward with this until we get that all lined up. And also, I question why it's only on the north side and not the south side. I understand safety, but I think we're taking a lot of parking spaces away. So just curious on that. So I think that's it. Oh, no, that's not it. The parking lot, the famous parking lot that has some sort of a lease value of, I've seen some crazy numbers. I think that needs to be tabled until all parking spots on Main Street are determined and that paid parking has been implemented on Main Street and the current existing parking lots that we have here in Sunset Beach. We may not need that extra lot, but financials need to be fully understood before entering into a lease for that proposed parking spot or parking lot. And I'm assuming that there will be a financial process and also information given out to the residents as far as what that cost is going to be, because right now it's very scary. So
That'll be a public vote for town council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
All right, next. Yes, ma'am.
Hi again.
Yes, me again. I'm Melody Bazell from 106 Main Street. Regarding parking, thank you to the committee for your work. It's obvious that you were very dedicated and you found a lot of good information. In general, I'm opposed to paid parking, and I really only got interested when I realized they had put 8 golf cart spaces on 28th Street beside me, a road that I know carries a lot of traffic and has a lot of flooding in the very area where the golf carts are supposed to be. But what became more evident to me was that the bigger problem with the plan that came out was the new Sunset Boulevard lot, and for 3 reasons. 1, safety, which I know was a goal of the parking committee, but what I see is families with kids and dogs and umbrellas and toys and boogie boards and coolers and wagons either have to cross the street at North Shore to go down the sidewalk where all the traffic is coming over, or they have to walk down the west side of Sunset Boulevard where there is no sidewalk. They'll be walking in the bike path lane with no curb, passing nothing but business entrances from Sloan Realty to Main Street. They'll have to cross the street at the stop signs at the 4-way stop on Main Street, with no landing spot there for people to stand and wait for traffic to pass, to cross the street at an intersection that the committee had already identified as too congested. Density, second reason. The parking committee vision statement said it would take into consideration the distribution of parking on the island. Likewise, the town recognizes the congestion between 3rd Street and 29th Street with the no cabana rule. This plan did just the opposite by moving 126 spaces that were all over the island to this one area. With phase 1 and 2 in place, 81% of all town parking will be in this area, with about 150 new spaces. Almost 500 more spaces from the pier and all the private parking around there. And you will have, almost 500 more spaces from the pier and the private parking. And this area of the beach will have almost 800 parking spaces. 92% of all island parking will be from 3rd Street to 29th Street. The much wider fish streets have no parking as it was perceived they were too far away, but they are closer than this parking lot. This density overburdens the people that live in the area and devalues their property, and it's dangerous for users. Third reason, financially. Projections are possible and should be shared with taxpayers. I worked on an analysis, and while it's hard to do any kind of analysis when you don't know what 500,000 lease agreement means, I can tell you that any money spent on rent for any lot on the island is money that could have gone to the town of Sunset Beach. I only got like a couple more sentences.
Yeah, go ahead.
The study identified over 550 spaces that are free in the existing lots and right-of-ways. Paying rent and making leasehold improvements are lost opportunities for the revenue when you have the spaces for free. Please do not be tempted and rush into an agreement and lose sight of the parking goals that you created at the start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christy Batchelor. I reside at 428 27th Street. And I happen to be neighbors with Melody just a few houses away. And I've been following the parking closely because initially the plan had 4 golf cart parking in my driveway, which would be kind of hard to park, but I realized the maps were wrong and stuff like that. So I've spoke with all of you, so I appreciate your time getting back to me and with our concerns for 27th Street specifically. I have a lot of concerns about the boulevard lease lots as well as the side street parking. I understand that paid parking may come along at some point, but I would hope that, like Melody said, we have now about 80% plus of the island parking around us. On a given Thursday, Friday, or Saturday during the season, we have over 50 cars turning around in our driveway because we are right behind the island market. So they come in trying to get parking. When they can't get the pier overflow, they then try to get back to Main Street. And what I see is going to happen, they now are going to be circling between 27th and the Boulevard trying to get spots if those lease lots are open. Because to me, if you're coming on the island, the pier is going to be your cheapest place to park. So you're first going to try to park there. Then you're going to try to get the gazebo parking. Then you're going to try to get the boulevard. So I feel like the traffic for us on our street, and there are many of us, I'm speaking for neighbors that couldn't be here tonight, that we live there permanently. This is not a money maker home we live in. We live here. This is our residence, our home. And I can't tell you, it's almost comical sitting out watching it some days. But it's way more. And I feel like this, having those lease lots in this area is just going to make it worse. Like I said, just so many cars, hundreds, and many of these spots feel different cars coming in and out a day. So you're talking thousands of cars in and out on these busy days. To me, it's concern for traffic, for safety. The lease lots also have a huge cost to the taxpayers. And I'm not really sure how that's going to be recouped based on some of the stuff. There's a lot of details that have not been. I've heard rumors, I've heard all kind of stuff. But to me, have there been revenue projections on these lease boulevard lots done? If so, can those be shared? Because to me, even as a taxpayer, I'm worried that $500,000, if that's true, it could be wasted money. And like Melody said, are they even needed? Because the island is only so large and there's only so much beach, especially between 27th and 1st Street. I mean, you're just loading and packing that in. Even as a resident there, I can't go to the beach by where I live typically during the season. I have to go down the beach, and that's crazy. But anyway, been following parking. The OIB parking was mentioned in several of these meetings, how because they're doing paid parking, we need to do paid parking. And just consider could we table this paid parking, just identify and organize the parking spaces on Main, and then this summer do what was done this last summer, because that was profitable in collections. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let this lady come because she's been standing there for a little bit, and then we'll go to the next. Go ahead,
Hi,
ma'am.
my name's Tracy Hobgood. My husband, John, and I, we own and operate the Sunset Beach Trading Company at 423 Sunset Boulevard. We've been there a long time. We've been there since 1991. And I really appreciate all of the other concerns that people have brought, and I think they're very, very valid. I come from a different perspective. We are making our livelihood in this location and have for more than 30 years. the business parking district, which y'all have included, I just want to reiterate how important it is to have a high turnover fine, because for someone to get a $50 fine or a $100 fine that can be reduced if it's paid in a certain amount of time, people are happy to pay that anytime. They'll be
We don't
happy to pay
reduce them,
that
we
for the day.
increase them if they don't pay. They're not reduced.
Well, they should be in the business district increased hourly and towed after a certain amount of time, because people will willingly disregard it. And most of the businesses on the island do not have the customer parking that they need. And we depend on that. This is very, very important. So we'd just like that consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And as a note too, Tracy spent many hours helping the town with the parking committee and digesting and dissecting all of this information. I'm sorry, Lynn, I didn't mean to cut you
Come
off
on,
there.
Miss Lynn. I'll get you, sir. I'll get you next. Okay. Let me get her, and then that way we can take turn. Go ahead.
Lynn Neesmith, Nesmith, 210 Shoreline Drive, East. I know y'all get sick of me saying how my grandfather built a house in 1958, but he did. And so I have a little bit of perspective. I don't know if anybody else was around here in 58. I don't even know if any of y'all were born in 58.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So
I was kissing girls.
Mr. Manning Gore, who our bridge is named after, which I don't really like the bridge. I like the old swing bridge. That's when all the problems started with parking. Nobody wanted to wait and go across the bridge, but we got the big bridge, and now we have a parking problem. Well, Mr. Gore said to my grandfather, if you buy in the Twin Lakes development, which is basically all the mainland that was originally part of Sunset Beach when it was platted in the 50s, Mr. Gore shook my grandfather's hand and said, if you buy over here, you'll always have a place to park on the beach. Well, gentlemen's agreements are not politically correct anymore, but I really wish we had some more of that old-timey camaraderie and charm and good grace and good naturedness. Actually, a lot of people, 3 minutes won't tell it, but there's a long story about the gazebo parking and why it was free, because Mr. Gore's son, Ed, tried to build a condominium there, but that's another story. Oh boy. My 3 minutes are running up. Yeah, Google the Lot 1A. It went to the North Carolina Supreme Court.
It's interesting.
Yes, it's very interesting. That'll be another 3 minutes.
Isn't there a Chevrolet front fender too that came into play there?
Oh, yeah, my 4 tires that Ed slashed my dad's 4 tires. Okay. Okay, I guess I've got a but people on the mainland want to get to the beach, and the driveways that take up the whole 100-foot frontage of that's not in the code. And if you're going to be enforcing codes, enforce the driveway. I live on Shoreline Drive, and my neighbors' mailboxes are in my front yard. Put all the mailboxes on one side of the street and open up parking. All those mailboxes are there to keep people from parking on Main Street. If you enforce the mailboxes on one side of the street and the driveway restrictions that aren't taking the whole full frontage, you would have a lot of spots on Main Street, and do it in phases. The last thing we need is a huge parking lot anywhere. And if you study Chicago, when they gave up parking and turned their parking over to a vendor, it was a huge financial mistake. The city of Chicago lost literally billions of dollars because they got into a parking thing too quickly. Decisions were made without thinking it through. So think this through before you institute this paid parking.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
Thank you. Yeah.
Jeff Harper again, 40th Street, 420.
Sir, would you pick up the mic?
Oh,
Raise the mic.
Can you hear it now? Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Jeff Harper, 426 40th Street. Can I digress for half a step just to ask a question about the stormwater management? Is that okay?
If it's anything about on the agenda you can ask about.
It was on the agenda, so go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's connect. My question is that connected to the parking situation? Because I'm thinking to myself, weren't every house that's built on the island, weren't they subject to some kind of stormwater management? And why is that being? Is there going to be some grading done that's going to interrupt the current state of everybody's stormwater, or what's kind of causing that?
This is not a deliberation, so it's.
Oh, okay. I was just asking. I didn't know.
No.
I mean, is there a definition or?
Yes. You'll when we come to that phase, you'll see exactly what the.
Okay, it's all
voting
laid
on.
out. Okay.
Yes.
Forgive me, I probably overlooked it. But back to the parking, I just wanted to kind of, as a reminder, to help everybody remember, we all know this, but this is a fragile little island. We're a barrier island. We're barely above sea level in much of the land on our island. I think I said earlier, I've been coming here since the 60s. My dad bought his lot from Ed Gore. And, it's a beauty. And you guys, again, really have done a great job in preserving that and creating quality. And, I think we're opening up a Pandora's box potentially that will never be closed again if we're not more careful about this parking thing. Because I 100% agree that the people on the mainland that are in Sunset Beach should have equal rights to us because they're taxpayers. So we're all one. But as far as the public, they should stay in third place, and we shouldn't feel under pressure to accommodate, hundreds and later thousands of people, because I grew up in the Matthews area outside of Charlotte. My dad and I used to quail hunt all around Matthews, so I was a country boy. And, it was sad to see Matthews grow because it was so close to Charlotte, but they just kept spreading out, right? That's like most towns do. They just keep going in every direction. Well, just remember that this is an island and we can only go so far. So the pressure is going to be for upward growth, just like this hotel, and we've got to say no and say, we've got a special gem. I mean, it's been represented in a national magazine now, I think, as one of the best beaches in America. And
don't tell anybody.
Yeah. I'll cut the microphone off. But everybody knows here. I mean, we wouldn't be here if this were, I mean, it's a beautiful, fabulous place. And we don't want it to turn into Myrtle Beach or the Jersey Shore or whatever. And somebody said we don't want it to be Hilton Head either. We don't want that. We just want a good, beautiful, nice beach that has nice ecology and all that. And so anyway, I just want to remind everybody, it's a delicate ecology. It's a delicate beach. Back again to the 60s, the ocean used to be pretty much at the front row of the cottages where they are now. And we could then in Mad Inlet on the western end of the island, that was all sand. So we just played out there all day long. It was wonderful. But my point in bringing that up is it's going to cycle back. Hugo closed off the inlet and that all became a marsh.
Sir, not to be disrespectful, we got to cut it off so we can make sure we get the rest of this.
Okay, sorry.
But thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, let me make one last comment. We're cycling back. The beach will get short.
Yes, sir.
Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else in here? Is there anyone else up here? Well, if you need to go ahead and go, because we're not going to take no break. It's 15 till. If you need to leave, go ahead and do it. If there's anything important, I'll stop.
Go.
Go ahead, man.
Christy Garnett, 7640 Front Street, Unit 2. I don't think you really need paid parking. I'm like a lot of people that I have spoke with. I don't like the big bridge. I like the swing bridge. We had the kids trained. You're going to go to the beach and come to leave the beach. You go at the bottom half of the hour because we knew the bridge was opening. We could ride our bikes then. Bikes went over first when the bridge opened back up. But anyway, can't go backwards. But going forwards, again, parking. If we didn't get over there at a certain time, there was not the parking available, you went back to the house or somewhere else and say, we'll go back earlier tomorrow. You knew you had to be there at a certain time to get a parking spot. You don't need thousands of people on a 2.5 mile beach. I mean, the beach is small. We are nothing like Holden Beach or Ocean Isle Beach. Quit comparing us to everybody else. Quit trying to keep up with the Joneses. We are Sunset Beach. People bought property here and moved here and retired here because we were small and quaint and not Ocean Isle Beach or Oak Island, Southport, and St. James. We came here because we liked the way it was. If you don't like it the way it is, then go somewhere else. But leave it alone. Quit trying to change it. And I wasn't able to hear the 4th Street house stuff because of what was going on out there in the lobby. So I don't know what the deal is with the 429 4th Street. So
They've got some things working to try to.
well, I went by there yesterday, and it looks worse than it ever has.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Why don't the town offer to buy that for $200,000 and make some parking on it? Oh, one more thing about the parking thing. The lease agreements. The lease agreements. If you don't get a guaranteed 25 to 50-year lease agreement from the Gores, you do all that improvement for $500,000. When the lease is up, one of the Gores down the line could say, we're not renewing your lease. We'll just keep the parking lot and keep all the money for ourselves. Sorry. Thanks for improving it for us.
Come on, sir.
My name is Lawrence Hershoff, 219 Barony Place Drive, Sunset Beach. I've heard some remarkably intelligent stuff today, and some stuff that just makes me wonder if people are paying any attention to what's going on in the world. We cannot be the last beach that doesn't charge for parking. I want to commend the council and the people that have volunteered to try and resolve this problem, to come up with an answer that is reasonably good, not perfect. But you know what? It's January. People are going to start rolling in here in April, and we can't be fussing around because one or two people feel that their petard has been screwed up because it ain't a perfect plan. It's a good plan, as far as I can tell. You know what? We're going to find out that there's some things we need to change, and we'll change them. But we simply can't say, well, gee whiz, we wish it was 1958 again, because it ain't.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Larry. Next up, anyone else? Good back there? All right. No further, then we'll move on to the town administrator report. Go ahead, Ms. Anglin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things for you tonight. We are going into the 25-26 budget with staff beginning to work this month, and the town council will start beginning their upcoming budget meetings next month. The budget suggestion form is on the town website. In the Document Center and the Government section, citizens are encouraged to submit suggestions for council consideration. We are accepting applications for the tree board. If you're interested in serving on the tree board, please complete the application process on the website. For the dredging project that we just finished up earlier last year, we have submitted the final reimbursement request to the state. Staff will be submitting the final cost breakdown and the special assessment information to the council during the February meeting, and we can look for levying of the special assessment for the dredging project early spring. Dustin did the code enforcement. Current projects: the Majestic Oak Park, the protective fence around the live oak tree is being installed soon. We are waiting on the grant contact from the state, and once executed, we'll be able to move forward with the engineering of the construction plans and the permitting phase of the project. The contractor is scheduled to begin this month on the parking reconfiguration and roadway redesign at the town park on the mainland. While the construction is taking place, the park will remain open. However, the parking lot and the immediate roadway might be closed periodically. The Palm Cove dredging project, we did receive the state grant, but there is some communications going on between the Palm Cove attorneys, our attorney, and the state. And as soon as they get those ironed out, we'll be going out with an RFP for engineering services for the engineering and design of that project. Just to give you an update on Attorney Richardson and his team and what they are assisting the town with. various litigation cases, nuisance properties, the Palm Cove Dredging Project State Grant, Sunset Villas Emergency Access, Board of Adjustment with 2 variance cases, personnel matters involving personnel litigation matters, public records request involving privileged and confidential information, attending council meetings, corresponding with insurance counselors and opposing counselors, working with the planning board on down zoning legislation and other legislation that is affecting the town, lease agreement for the paid parking lots, and easement deeds for stormwater projects on the island. I'd like to give you a mid-year personnel update, which includes that 7 new employees have been hired, 4 employees have resigned or been terminated. Personnel promotions have been carried out within various departments because of normal operational achievements. In July, all full-time employees received a 4% COLA increase, and in November, all full-time employees received a $500 Christmas bonus. Recently, the Town Council approved pay increases for the events coordinator and the code enforcement project supervisor positions. The increases in the scope of work for both positions, involving additional duties and responsibilities and exceptional job performance, warranted the resulting pay adjustments. As we begin the new year, we have vacant positions in the finance department, police department, fire department, and public works department. All of these job descriptions are on the town website. If you know anybody who needs a job, we'd be glad to interview. Following in the footsteps of Councilman Larkin and beginning this week, I plan to block off every Thursday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. to meet with anybody about any topic. I hope you take advantage of stopping by.
That involves the town.
Any topic.
Don't talk about Mr. Larkin.
That's what I got.
All right. Does any member of council have any questions for Ms. England?
No.
All right, if not, we'll move on. Thank you, Ms. England.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll move on to our old business, paid parking management decisions contract. Mr. Hargrave, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If any of you out there who had concerns about paid parking or parking on the beach, I'm going to let Charlie talk in a minute a little bit, but don't hesitate to call me or call Charlie or email us. We'll get back to you. We'll talk to you if you have any questions at any time regarding parking at all. We've been involved in 2.5 years working on this, and it's been it's been arduous, and but it's been rewarding in that we're seeing the beginning of possibly of a change as far as the parking on the island. Now remember, we got to dissect paid parking and designated parking, delineated parking on the island. The committee that we worked with did not deal with paid parking at all. That's a decision town council has to make. So we did a lot of work on organizing, and the whole world organizing, try to make situations safer over on the island. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to call, email, please do. Charlie, go ahead.
This is mostly for newcomers and people who aren't familiar at all with the situation. Island parking has been an issue for quite a while. Almost 3 years ago, Councilman Hargraves and I agreed to co-chair a parking committee. The committee was made up of 5 island and 5 mainland residents, and they were chosen by a blind draw. We added 2 business owners to the committee. The main concern of the committee was safety. Main Street, for one, was terrible at times. We wanted parking, biking, and walking to be safe for our residents, visitors, and guests. The committee met 16 times and came up with a plan which included delineating parking places, not allowing parking in some areas, and possibly rent land for a parking lot. The council discussed this, the recommendations, tweaked the plan, and agreed to move forward with the basic plan. We had to ask, how are we going to pay for this? The answer was paid parking. I believe town residents should not have to pay to make parking safe. They already pay for police, fire, repairing the roads, and for public works. Now, all along I've said that residents aren't going to pay for parking. I want to correct myself. It was brought to my attention by another council member that if we charge a registration fee, then they are paying for parking. When I say paying for parking, I mean hourly, daily, weekly, or yearly permits. Now I'll give it back to Mike Hartford.
Thank you, Charlie. The parking plan is based on a whole new concept. And the concept is simply telling you where you can park instead of telling you where you can't park. That's pretty revolutionary. It's a big statement. It took me a little bit to get through this in my mind. But the whole change is here. You go on the island, you see no parking signs, no parking here, no parking there, no parking here in the corner, all those kinds of things. We're looking at designated parking, which would change that concept to looking at always where you will park, not where you can't park. It's pretty different, and it's something we're going to be working on pretty darn hard. As all of that's been happening, at the same time, the mayor, council, town administrative and staff have been working in the possibility of paid parking. The council came to consensus on paid parking back in December, and a management firm was hired in December of 2024. Tonight, we'll hear a presentation from the president of that management firm, Surfcast Auto Connect. He'll present a paid parking plan. Now, please realize if you've read this in the agenda, read it carefully in the agenda, what Jim Varner did, that's Jim, by the way, what he did was he took his background, his research, the town parking plan, and input from staff, and digested it all and put it into what you read in the agenda. That's not the final thing. People have been calling me and saying, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that. It's okay. As a matter of order now, Jim will present his plan. And up here now, just to tell everyone up in front on the dais, what he's asking you to do now as you move along, if you have a question with something he brings up, bring it up. Don't wait until the end, bring it up. And so we can try to go through some of these things as we, and come to some agreement on some of these things. So Jim, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. My name is Jim Varner. I am President and CEO of Auto Connect. And it's an honor to be up here again. I think now for the third time you've selected our company to help the town with some form of parking assessment. And we're hopefully ready to move forward with the next steps here. Make sure this works. There we go. So I've got several topics. And the focus of this is to identify those things that the council needs to decide on to move forward with paid parking effective April 1st. And that date is becoming key, where our time is going to start running short for us to implement paid parking. So the topics, other than giving you everybody a brief overview of what we do, go through the areas to park in, dates, times proposed, the rates, ordinance updates, and a couple of options. Question.
Alan's going to turn you up because they cannot hear in the conference room.
Testing.
Oh, that's better.
That works better. Thank you, sir. Okay. I would say 90% of what I'm going to talk through is the result of your parking committee. The last 10% is just some of the implementation details that we would need to implement to affect a paid parking program. So starting with where to park, or let's start with our company, I guess, first. We are a parking management company. We do our own software. We do everything ourselves. We don't vendor out. Our system is based on license plates. You buy a permit as a visitor or a resident. When you buy that permit, you register the license plate of the vehicle that you are going to use to pay for parking to go to the beach. That our system, Surfcast by Auto, is accessible via mobile app, website. You can scan a QR code on the signs, or you can call us. And we know not everybody likes to use a smartphone. Give us a call. We can arrange for a parking permit in a matter of about 2 minutes over the phone. We have our own local teams for parking enforcement. We go around, we scan license plates, make sure that they have a parking permit. If they don't, for the town contract, we are entitled or authorized, I use a better word, to issue a citation for a parking violation. Citation management, we handle all the payments, reports, and if somebody doesn't pay, we send it to collections. And we turn it over to them after about between 30 and 40 days, we turn it over to collections. Our system is a software system. So our agreement with the town is what they call a SaaS agreement, which is software as a service. So it is a service agreement. It is a license agreement. We do not charge upfront for setting up that service for the town. What the town is responsible for is the parking spaces, the signs, and the ordinances associated with what are the rules for parking. We handle the rest. Our fees are based on okay. Our fees are based on the monies that we collect. Once at the end of every month, beginning of the following month, we send a check to the town for the amount of money that is due. We try hard to keep this very, very simple. Minimum overhead by the town staff, by us, so that we can keep our costs down and maximize the benefit to the town. Any questions from council?
Not yet.
Jim, do you want to mention the percentages now for you and for us as far as?
Yeah, the percentages, per the RFP that we submitted, we keep 30% of whatever we collect. And we pay to the town 70%. To a point that Mr. Larkin mentioned earlier, there was some transaction fees. That is not in this discussion. It's strictly a 70-30 split.
So enforcement is totally done by you in the delineated spots that the town assigns.
Within the dates and times, yes. So presumably we'll get approval on April 1st to October 31st, 9 to 5. Those are the times that we will do all of the enforcement on the island. Now, we already have a contract with the town enabling the police department to issue parking citations using our system. That doesn't go away.
You collect the money.
We collect that money today and we pay the town. They're 70%, give or take the fixed fee that was unique to that. That fixed fee goes away.
Sure.
With paid parking.
Another point here is over the past couple of years, we have Sunset Beach has employed a parking what do we call parking patrol? That was it. Parking patrol, we bought them a vehicle, and they gave out ticket after ticket after ticket over there for illegal parking. That all goes away now. That won't be charged. We won't have to pay that cost anymore. That's gone. Jim will pick that up in the 70-30 split. He'll pick that up. And so that saves us the money we spent the last 2 years.
And here's an additional benefit too, Mike, is on the mainland, because we're talking primarily here about parking on the island, organized parking on the island. But it also, with the same software, allows our police department on the mainland to be able to issue citations using that same software. Of course, they get a cut of the action because they're doing the work to collect it.
Yeah, we do all the back end work associated with management of that citation after the fact. Correct.
But we're then not chasing people as much as we had in the past when it was solely in our chief. Does that make sense? Okay. That was an affirmative.
He was smiling.
I think he's actually looking forward to that.
He is.
Okay.
Go.
So don't park in the fire lane at Food Lion if there's a police officer nearby, because all he has to do is put your license plate into the system.
Might need some help with moving the slides forward.
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay. A lot of details on this chart. And this is based on us looking at the current state of parking on the island and some of the plans that came out of the parking committee for future additional parking areas. Our recommendation is start with what you got. It's very easy for us to add additional parking as it becomes available for paid parking. That can be done during the season on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, or next year. Doesn't matter. What we see available right now, obviously the gazebo lot, the streetscape lot, along Main Street, you've got a parking area down at 40th Street. You've got some handicap parking areas. You got it right now. Start with that. Second part that I know is in the works based on the parking committee recommendations was the cross streets, the side streets that we talked about earlier. You may or may not get the lease on the new lot on Sunset Boulevard South. And there's about 41 spaces on North Shore that are also proposed. If you just start there, you're talking about 362 parking spaces. More than enough to get started and to start your revenue path towards some of the work that you need to do in the future. Obviously, right now, the things that are not ready, that lease lot, may or may not want to do some parking on Canal Street. And then, as we've heard several times this evening, Main Street. And the Main Street delineation on a per lot basis based on driveway size, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all actions that can be done at a later date and do not affect our ability to start paid parking right away.
And to bootstrap what Jim is saying, it needs to be clear to everybody that Main Street is a North Carolina DOT road. So there's certain nuances that have to be, boxes that have to be checked. However, all the other streets on the island are town-owned streets, such as North Shore, such as Canal, such as the numbered streets, such as the 15 spots that McGill has designed at the far west end of 40th Street, which is it's not part of the DOT. DOT ends before them. So we do have quite a stable of spots that we need to identify and we can start charging for.
Okay.
And that's being worked on currently, starting to be worked on currently. And what has to do also with another thing that we have to deal with here is we have to designate driveways on Main Street. We have to make sure right-of-ways are clear on Main Street, and make sure mailboxes are placed accordingly. So that work is also beginning to go on.
One of the things that we've been doing over the last month is walking every house on Main Street. It started there, it's now finished up on Canal, some on North Shore as well, where we are looking. I'm standing in front of somebody's house on Main Street and I'm saying, okay, if this was my house, where would I want my driveway? I then go between beach accesses and I see what is an efficient way to lay out parking spots for both golf carts and regular vehicles and appropriate sized driveways. So sometimes the driveway may need, for optimum parking, may need to be shifted a foot or two one way or the other. But we have a plan as a part of this system to meet with everybody on whose driveway needs to be delineated. And I would be sure that they would be extremely excited about it being officially delineated as to where their driveway is so that people cannot park in it. And if they do, we have Auto Connect that is there with the license plate and putting a ticket under the windshield wiper, which we tried to do and have always tried to do, but this is a more efficient process because we'll know where the driveways actually are. People call me up and they say, I can't get out of my beach house. There's 3 cars parked there. And you say, well, what was the last car that came in? Well, I don't know. Well, oh, by the way, where is your driveway? Is it the whole 60 foot in front of your house that you have stoned? Or where is your 20-foot driveway? Or your 2 10-foot driveways? So with everybody scratching their head, nobody knows who's on first. We are going out, and because it's the town obligation, not Jim's, to designate where driveways are and where parking spots are.
That was one of the biggest complaints the committee had from people living on Sunset Beach, is the driveways were just catastrophe, partially blocked, wholly blocked, and it was a problem. So we're working through it. Go ahead, Jim. Thank you. We try and work through it.
Sorry to dilute
No,
your
this is
presentation.
Exactly the kind of interaction I think we need. Dates and times that we've proposed, April 1st to October 31st, I think, was also agreed by the parking committee. 9 to 5 is paid parking time. It is free parking before 9 o'clock and after 5 o'clock. Turtle Patrol, all those people, dog walking, if you have dogs on there. So, yes, sir, Mr. Corbett.
Are we supposed to make a decision on these now?
Working on it. We can either.
I think his battery's dead.
Yeah, I defer to Mr. Hargreaves whether you want to do these one at a time or do all of them at the end.
I think some people here want to discuss some of these things, so let's discuss, and then we can vote all in the end if you want.
Well, hold it. It's your presentation.
Yeah.
We'll do it the way you think it's
What do you
going to
think
be
is best for
smoother.
you?
Let's wait till the end then.
Because I only inserted because he said at the beginning that we were to ask questions.
But please do
Thank you.
ask questions.
Just vote. I have one.
No.
John, you go ahead first. Go ahead.
Well, the question is, do we want to,
Yes, go ahead.
do we have a consensus on the council for April 1st through October 31st? We have discussed this informally amongst ourselves at different times.
In the connection with that, I don't know how your other places are around here, Jim, but what about August 1st to October 1st? Or
August 1st?
I'm sorry, April 1st to October, or to October 1st, rather than the month of October. Are people really, is it worth it having it open through the month of October for parking?
He'll know from other islands.
Yes, that's
so
what I'm
it's-
just asking.
From the other islands that I've seen, I see a good 5 to 8% revenue for the year in October alone.
Wow.
And it's very dependent on the towns. Oak Island does not have parking past the end of September because they've got such a huge on-island population that likes to go to the beach and have it to themselves. Holden does year round. Holden did another 5% in December of this last year.
December?
Yeah.
December, we had nice weather. People come to the beach on holidays, and it was a big month. It was bigger than November. So it's very dependent on weather. Typically what we see throughout Southeast North Carolina is April 1st to October 31st, give or take a month. Some start in March, some go through Thanksgiving. Doesn't matter.
I think we have to have a baseline. We can't just say it's going to be when we feel like having it.
No.
Or we're going to look at the Doppler and see if it's going to rain that day.
And that's why I would recommend this standard for now, and the 9 to 5 also is a standard, and it's common, and people get it. Visitors get it. They understand those dates.
And this is something we could adjust in the future if seeing need to do so.
Absolutely.
Lisa, as a point of order, Mr. Corbett just asked, is this like a consensus? Do we need to vote on each one of these, or is this, I mean, it's obviously a public forum that we have on YouTube. It's going to be in the minutes. Because I will guarantee you that if we vote on 5 things tonight, 3 of them are going to change, just because we're going to become more educated next year.
As Jim said, it's really up to you. Either vote it now or vote it at the end.
When you say the end of tonight?
The end of my presentation.
Yeah.
Right.
We've got it
Either way, by the end of the
I think
night,
we've got
Jim and I
it clear
need to
right
know.
now. We've got dates and times that we have been going over this for a while. That
Excuse
we
me,
can.
John.
Pardon?
Everything about this plan is subject to change. It's the first time we've ever done it. We're not 100% sure what's going to work and what's not going to work. But until we put it in practice, we're not going to know. And every part of this can be changed in the future if the need arises.
So, and let me reiterate, our system is very flexible. If you see a need for change, if we see something and need to come back and recommend a change, we do that. We recommended a change in mid-season this last summer and made it effective July 1st.
If we're going to lower rates or make more free parking, I don't think many citizens are going to complain. But if all of a sudden we decide in September that we'd like to charge in December, nah.
Yeah. So this is a good baseline to start from because it's competitive in southeastern North Carolina, and I would recommend this level.
We can do this then. We can look at these things, come to consensus, and at the end do an overall vote. How does that sound? Okay.
Unnecessary.
You just want to. What do you want to do?
Agree on the 1st of April to the 31st and 9 to 5.
Just agree on that.
Yeah.
That's
If
fine
we
with me.
agree on that, we do it and then move on.
Yeah, let's go.
What's your
Yeah.
consensus of April 1st to October 31st, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.? All right, I'll say it again. What is the consensus of this council in regards to paid parking in the dates of April the 1st to October the 31st and the times 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with free parking at other times? What is the consensus? Or
Yes.
Make a motion?
I'll make a
Whatever.
motion
Make a motion.
that we approve
I have
those
a
dates
second.
and times.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, go on, Mr. Otto.
Okay. Second one is visitor parking rates. The $5 per hour for up to 3 hours, $20 per day or any duration 4 hours or more, maximum of $20 a day. So if somebody goes and buys a 2-hour permit and they decide they want to stay all day, they only have to buy 2 more hours. It's $10 more.
Can they go home for lunch and come back and park in a different spot and you'll still be able to track it through their license number?
Within that day, yes, we
Okay.
do with it for that license plate number.
Okay.
Exactly. It's $80 per week. Yes.
How
Question.
does this compare to the rates charged by our merchant at the pier?
He's $10.
He charges $10 for the day. right now.
$100 for the season.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not undercutting him.
80 the $80 per week is for 7 consecutive days starting the day that you purchase. And then $175 per season similar to the day rate. The season rate you can buy up. So if somebody buys a day permit 8 times, that's $160. The next time they go to pay for a day, it's only going to cost them $15 to hit that 175 mark.
And on the software, that will automatically pop up and tell them that?
It automatically pops up. They say, hey, I want a day permit. And it's going to come up and say $15, and you've been upgraded to a season permit.
You've been upgraded.
You've been upgraded. It is always on the per license plate standard, number one. Number two, if somebody got a parking violation and they paid it, that does not get applied to either the day rate or the season rate. No.
People have tried that?
People have tried that. No.
In regards to this here, the visitors' rates.
I've got a question on that.
Or ask you questions.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for them to stop a minute so I could ask.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just kind of think personally, I think 175 per season per vehicle is a bit low. But how does that compare with the other communities?
For Brunswick County?
This is for paid parking. This is not for Sunset Beach residents parking.
So for Brunswick County, this is consistent with all of the other beach towns.
Okay.
They all offer this 5, 20, 80, and 175 plan for this current year.
Then for starting out as a baseline, that's a good place to start.
It's
Thank
a good
you.
place to start.
Yeah.
Good point.
Okay.
Any more?
Go ahead.
Not? Y'all, if this is what the council wants, then y'all make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the hourly per day, per week, and per season vehicle charges.
Second.
Second. All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Otter.
Okay. Residents and owners. I'll start with, I did not come up with $25.
This is not yours.
Don't blame me.
True.
With town staff, we discussed the cost of implementing the resident records that we maintain. And the recommendation was to come up with a nominal fee per vehicle for residents.
Per resident, not per vehicle.
Per vehicle, per resident.
Okay, but
So it's one vehicle.
Okay, all right.
For $25. Now, I say that in that some of our other town customers have it as free. Some charge $10 per vehicle, but they allow 3. Some charge the full $175 to their residents for a parking permit. So we support the broad range from free to the whole thing.
But it's not really a discounted parking permit. It is a free resident parking permit.
It's an admin fee.
It's not free if it's
Well, but
$25.
But it's not discounted as from anything.
It's discounted from the 175.
Okay. All right.
I would like to propose a change. And from people I have talked to, people have called me and so on, for a discount parking permit for not being one vehicle, but being 2 vehicles. Yeah. 2 vehicles. Many people that have called me have talked about, gee, we own a golf cart, we own a vehicle, we'd like to take sometimes a golf cart, sometimes a vehicle. And I'm in talking to some other beaches that you deal with. They find they find 2 to be sort of a sweet spot of being fair with our taxpayers, but at the same time having to pay that, I call it whatever fee you want to call it, administration fee for each one of those vehicles, and to and have the free parking from there.
Okay, let me understand your.
Okay, please do.
$25, is that per vehicle, or is that $25 for 2 vehicles?
Per vehicle.
Per vehicle.
So $50 for 2 vehicles.
25 for one.
25 for one.
Now you can disagree with me up here. Don't think.
that registration fee, 25 or 50, is not only for this year, since you're maintaining the records. It goes on until they have, that never gets charged
Until they
again to the
die?
resident. Hey, you only have to put it in the system once.
That request is a lot more problematic because people come and go.
Oh, I know. When they go, they go. They're not there.
But I don't have all the county tax records to know when they leave.
So we have to send you a registration form.
So all of a sudden that becomes a lot of burdensome overhead.
Well, if
I would recommend, I would go a little bit different.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
I'm going to make a
Let's get his
recommendation.
input into what you first said.
I'm listening.
So I would say a yearly $25 rate, and it covers 2 vehicles, 1 or 2 vehicles for just at $25.
I'm fine with that.
Because that covers
I'm
the
not.
administrative
Well, it's okay,
costs.
go ahead.
And keep in mind that $25 is still subject to the 70-30 split.
Yep.
It's not all mine.
Mm-hmm.
I only get $7.50 out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Question I have is, you will know probably when the cars are no longer around, because you're going to have a year with never having a charge against that car.
I do not know that.
Okay.
I do not know that, especially when a fair number of our population use these as summer homes and their cars are registered in Virginia or Ohio or Pennsylvania.
Good point.
I don't know.
I like Mike's idea. Well, until now, I didn't like Mike's idea, but I like Mike's idea about having a maximum of 2 vehicles.
Yeah.
It would be my view that it should be $25 per vehicle. One of the things that we need to, I'll use the word loosely, protect, is there are some people on the island, for the most part, a good percentage of the people on the island don't care about paid parking because they're going to walk to the beach. Now, you shake your head. I said a percentage, a mass percentage. I certainly don't want to get it in on my car with all the sand and everything if I don't have to. But that being said, the people on the mainland need to take their car. But there are some people in the mainland that don't go to the beach, and so they won't enter into the system. So that, I think, it kind of makes a point that Charlie was saying. If somebody doesn't want to park free on the beach, then they don't have to pay the $25. So it's a system you can opt into. One of the things that we're going to be challenged by is that we have a limited number of spaces to park on the island. And I know, because I've walked almost every house on Main Street and Canal and North Shore. What I don't want to have people be able to do is to opt in with 2 vehicles and then put their car out in the main street and just let it sit there between 9 and 5, because they can't park overnight. Let it sit out there because it's convenient. And we all know that there's certain situations on Main Street particularly, and on Canal, where there's not enough room within your own area to support the number of bedrooms, particularly on the south side of Main Street, that people have. I don't want to make it easy for people to utilize a spot when they're really not utilizing it for the beach. And the more numbers, the more cars we allow each house to have, not necessarily, like Roz brought up a good thing in her email, they have 2 cars, but they're only going to drive 1. Mm-hmm. Well, I got my daughter staying with me. She can take my wife's car. That's really not the spirit of the parking. Mm-hmm. So I need to think about that. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's make a decision.
I like the 2 cars because in personal aspect, I have 2 vehicles. One, I won't drive when it's raining outside to the beach. The other one can go to the beach and get rained out all at once.
We can't.
But I'm just saying, 2 cars.
We can't adjust to everybody's nuances.
No, but husband and wife, they arrive at the beach different times.
So is everybody?
And I like the idea of the yearly rate, $25 for both vehicles, two vehicles. Not
separate, not
not-
25 and 25.
not 25 and 25. Pay 25, you get two vehicles.
Is there a reason, John? Is there a logic? I'm trying to get into your head. It's
The main logic is that this is a so-called administrative fee just to get accounted for, but it's merely logging the stuff into the system and documenting that these people are eligible. Then they do it.
I'm going to disagree. I think that having a fee in the first place is going to say to some people, I'm not going to pay the $25. If everybody in the town is allowed without a fee or with a too nominal a fee, and I think 2 for 1 is too nominal, then we're going to have a whole bunch of spots that are going to be utilized by people that
we got 5 people who can vote on that
Sure.
to decide that.
well-
But I'd like to put just a caveat that goes in here. We still have in the to-do column, we have to define how we're going to handle residents and who would be qualified for these special permits. You know, we have people that are full-time people. We have people who are owners and taxpayers, but they may or may not be here full-time. You know, those would fall in to be qualified. We have people that come in and rent for 9 months, 12 months out of the year, don't own the place. Those people would be things that we'd have to track down too. To me, those would be residents of Sunset Beach. You know, if you're a qualified voter in Sunset Beach, you clearly would be able to qualify. But we need to come down separate from deciding what the rate is. We need to define what the standards are for the people to be able to get these the
I
free
agree.
parking.
I agree.
So let's go to step 1 first.
Yeah. Step 1 is
the
Jim wants to insert something, I think, in here to maybe get us back on course.
Back to your point. It's not in the presentation, but it is in the amendment to the contract that identification of residents or owners will be done by the town staff and give us a tax ID for that property. That tax ID would then be used by us as an authorization code that allows them to get a permit at this rate.
And they can assign it to any license plate they
They can
choose.
assign it to any license plate that they choose.
So that's your 9-month people that
So
are here.
that implies then, to your point, full-time residents, owners that live off the island, etc. Now, there's always exceptions. Apartment buildings that have long-term renters. Those we handle on a one-off. It's a one-off case, and we issue unique authorization codes for those because they don't have a tax ID. That has to be identified as the property by the town staff, and then we work with the management company to issue those codes.
Because we have situations here where we have some units, not many, but they're fractional ownerships, where there's 12 people that each own a month.
And those have to be identified by the town and approved by the town for them to get those special codes.
Or whoever manages the property has to then coordinate with the town so that we can then tell you
Right.
how we want that, what special exemptions we want to authorize.
That's on the to-do list. We don't have to
That's on
decide
it.
that.
That is a to-do
Yeah.
list that doesn't have to be decided now.
As far as this goes, though, what's the consensus of the
I don't.
council in regards to the vehicles? 2 for 1 price, two price?
1 or 2 vehicles, that's fine, but you should pay the registration fee for each vehicle. And I think you should renew every year.
Let's call it to a vote because we got 5, just like
You
John
gonna-
said,
you gonna
there's
make a
5.
motion, Charlie?
Make a motion.
So let somebody make a motion and then we'll vote and see how it goes.
I move that if 2 cars are registered, you pay the registration fee for both cars.
Do I have a
And that
second?
each year,
Go ahead. You can add that. That's fine.
We know it's each year.
Yeah, we know that.
You already told it. It has to
Yeah,
be
let's
each
just leave that off and just go for you saying 2 at 25 a piece, so $50. I have a second on that motion.
I'll second it, but I walked in tonight saying 1 car and 1 car only.
All right. I got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, I'm calling for a vote. All those is in favor of 2 at 25 apiece, which would be $50, say aye.
Per
25
tax,
per
tax ID
Per tax
number.
ID.
Say aye.
Aye. That's
How many-
3.
Hey, we got 3. We got 3 ayes on this one.
2 here.
2 here and then
Peter,
And
did
then
you
all
vote?
those opposed? It's 2.
Opposed.
So,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
So the
All right,
3's up.
register,
The 3 up.
yes, yes, yes.
Oh, you had 3. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
okay.
all right.
What's your vote?
My vote was the same as John's was, that we do $25 both cars.
So yours is a no.
So it's
No.
3 to 2.
That's a no, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 to 2 is what y'all
3 to
just,
2.
this council
Okay.
just voted. So
That's
it's,
fine, majority rules.
so it's $25 per vehicle is what y'all's consensus is.
Yeah.
Y'all
We
just voted
deal
on that.
with majority rules and we accept what happens, so let's go. So that's good. Now, Jim, just to point to what John talked about there, that's something you can get with town staff on and work through all these exceptions
Yes.
that you talk about.
Yeah, we do
So
that
can-
we do that as a matter of course.
Okay,
Yeah,
good,
good.
good. That's great. That's great. You okay?
Okay.
All right. Y'all got this part locked in.
Oh, boy, we're going.
All
now.
right. Okay. We'll go home now.
Next on the list.
Go ahead, Mr. Otto.
Next one on the list is town ordinances. Now, I know that we don't have final legal language yet. We don't need it right now. Assuming we move forward with the paid parking, we do need a parking without a valid permit in an authorized area and with no parking in a right of way, written in as an ordinance. The concepts are there. The concepts came out of the parking committee. And the action needs to be out of council tonight to staff to come back with the final ordinance, language, numbers, etc. for the next council meeting for approval. These are pretty straightforward, and I don't think there needs to be any approval other than the action item to make this happen.
We just need to work with our police department closely on that so that they have rules that are legal in their eyes. So it's,
Well, the question is, what we can do is look at the fines that you have associated with this. One fine I have concerns with is that you say 25 if paid the same day as a same day violation payment. That means somebody could come in and for $25 park all day. And when our all day parking is 20. I think that the initial fine, parking fine, whatever it is, should just be $50. So it's enough to
Okay.
discourage
We,
anybody trying to get it work around the system.
So let me explain the background.
Sure.
The background of this is paid parking is new for this town. People are going to come and not realize that they forgot to do it, and we give them a break the first time. Our system is set up so that they can only use this option 3 times. And after that, it goes away. So there's no consistent abusive behavior by those people. Now,
what do you do after the 3rd time?
it goes to 50 automatic. It goes to 50.
on the fine.
So, but this is something that we offer this option as a way to get a higher compliance to citation payment. Typical in the industry, citation payments are in the 60, 65%. We continuously achieve close to 80%. With your police department this last year, we were well over 90%. With the extra actions that they took. So Sunset is really compliant to begin with. If you don't like the 25, that's fine. We can change it. That is built into our system, but we can take it out.
I think John, Mr. Corbett has a point regarding 25 being out. Instead of paying $20 in doing the system, I'll take a risk. I'll take a chance on getting a $25 ticket. And I'm going to look at it a little differently. I'm going to look at it, there's a visitor that's trying to do the right thing, and they pay for 2 hours, and they're on the beach, and they haven't opted in to get your warning, because he's also giving 15-minute grace periods to people automatically with his software. And somebody just forgets, or somebody just forgets.
People
I
have
think
to be
20
responsible for their actions.
Charlie, I think $25 I want to be reasonable. I don't want to be Yeah, punitive.
I agree with John. Someone can come in, wants to be close to the beach and park on the south side of Main Street, get a $25 ticket and park all day, and then either pay or don't pay the ticket.
I have to stop you there.
That's right.
That's a different violation.
That is a different violation that automatically carries a $50 fine. This is only for parking in a valid spot and not having a valid permit at the time that your car is checked. That's the only case that this applies to.
That's right.
All right. I'm good.
Okay.
I'd like to make, well, we're not really making motions on each and every fine, so.
And this one comes down to taking the action
As
to
written.
write the ordinance.
If you want to make a motion on what's as written here, for him to go by, that would be the motion that I
Well,
would be seeking.
want to see, did any other council member have any issues with any of the other fine areas?
The items on the next page, that is your existing.
As existing.
I don't.
So this is right out of your existing ordinances. All of these are currently in the SurfCast system, and the police department uses that list to issue citations.
And I said a private question to Jim earlier, and it on our existing, it's $25 for a fine, for a certain fine, and it doubles after 72 hours. And
Well,
No, not on our
No.
existing.
after 72 hours, fines will increase by $25.
But the previous page says that if that $25 is only good the same day as the violation.
But that's yours. That's the new parking.
That's the new one.
I'm talking about what our existing ones say
Yes.
now.
Well,
So
the
we would
existing
have-
ones, they start at 50 and they go up to 75 after 72 hours.
Yeah.
You're right.
50 is the base
You're
and
right.
it adds
You're
25.
right. I missed that. I missed that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And
missed
the
that.
same thing applies to the previous page. If you don't pay that, if you park in a valid spot and get a ticket, and you don't pay it today, tomorrow it goes to 50. On day 3, it goes to 75. So it escalates at the same rate once you get past that same day period.
And can we do that? Can we have a different system for paid parking on the island versus a parking violation somewhere else?
There is no paid parking somewhere else.
Yeah, I think his,
Okay.
It's
his
only
software
on the
can handle
island.
it.
Okay. After this discussion, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the ordinance updates as required, as you've got them listed here, number 1 and 2,
I'll second
with the
that.
fines that you have.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Jim, what we'll do now is we'll get with the chief, staff, maybe a representative up here, and we'll work with you to rewrite those ordinances to include the stuff that you had mentioned to us in that email back to Pete. Okay?
Great, good.
Okay. Let
Thank you.
me add before you get off the fines, one more on the to-do list. What's not covered in our fines
Oh, dear.
are the 1 hour temporary parking, for businesses.
Coming up.
And so we will need to, when we get to that, determine how we're going to handle the 1 hour parking, the temporary parking.
Yes, that one came up after this was
Yeah, yeah.
presented.
But that's on our to-do list. It doesn't
It
have
is
to be
on our
resolved
to-do
tonight.
list, so it will be added to this list.
And we also need one from the town to address that as well. So it's
That's right.
Okay, it means I've
bootstrapped
got
on
to
it.
follow up with you
That's
on
good
that
here.
one.
Okay.
Okay,
Employee parking. Okay, go.
the next topic was employee option. This is up to you. I know that there's a business district on the island. Those employers have employees that need a place to park.
I
Those-
think
those
the
businesses-
solution here is for us as a to-do list to talk with the businesses and determine how many parking spots they need, what's realistic, and then come up and discuss with you how we actually implement that.
we put it in the amendment that if this is approved by council, that we can set up specific parking permits for those employees to park in a very specific area only. And we don't usually charge for that service.
And we have to make sure, we'll have to get up with John and leaning against the back Venetian blind there, so that his employees don't take advantage of that on days when they're not working and are going to the beach for free.
Right.
Jim, Charlie's working on that as we speak. I'm going to help him a little bit, but we're trying to get a real handle on the businesses, what patron parking they need, what employee parking they need, and then we'll work with you from there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Did we have an answer to the 1 hour parking only near the businesses?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
It's
We're gonna
to-do
get there.
list.
That's part of the
that
things we'll be
was-
looking at over there.
That's also in the contract as one of those, if approved by county, we can support that. So
That's right.
again,
That's right.
okay, signage. A couple of mock-ups.
You'll have to be by the mic, but they won't be able to hear you in the other room.
Here's the mock-ups. There's paper on them. I reused previous sample ones. This is the physical size. It's a 12 by 18. It's made out of aluminum composite material. It's got a 10-year life cycle. It's got vinyl overlay. People always ask us about somebody putting a sticker on there. We peel them off. People ask us about sometimes they get spray painted. We clean them. They are cleanable. But these are resilient. Now, the signs, this one I think is the most current version because it has the parking in the direction of travel arrows. We need that. That is part of your existing ordinances anyway, and people don't get it.
It was one of the most frequently
One of the most
violated
frequent
things. Yeah.
violations that we've had here on the island this last season.
I noticed that one says trailers on it. Can we get that taken off?
Yeah. I don't think yours has trailers on it. This one, whoops. is
I know it
for
doesn't, but yours does.
LSV,
right there.
that one, yeah. This one's LSV. We do that one, the LSV's in a green so that it's highlighted differently. But we usually work with staff. These are customized by parking zone. So the zone number gets updated with the street area. The 68 is the town identifier. That's the last 2 digits of your zip code. So that's where that came from. And then the 01 through whatever is really intended to follow the street numbers. Or it'll be, 68 Main, or 68 Main South, or East or West. A couple of those options. But those are things that we will work out with town staff to make sure that we're consistent with whatever numbering you need to have in place.
What kind of lead time do you need to have all that information before you get the signs for us to put them up? How long does it take to get the signs?
Once we've got everything decided, once we have everything decided, it takes about 2 weeks to procure the signs. I get them made locally in Jacksonville. I like to support local guys like everybody else.
That's a long way away.
It's a long way from here. It's longer from here. But it's one of
He
those-
doesn't mean Jacksonville, Florida.
No.
Jim, can I ask a question now? We're looking at also delineating parking. The possibility of curb stops, for example, just think of curb stops. It might not be curb stops, but the idea of maybe a whatever color curb stop for vehicles, maybe another color curb stop for LSV vehicles. Do you put that information on that sign? Seems to be a lot of information on it right now. Or do you put that somewhere else?
I would recommend putting it somewhere else.
Oh, I would too, but okay.
Because these signs are too busy.
What do you mean? Like as you approach the island, we have a sign that says red is driveways, no parking, green is golf carts, and white is vehicles.
So the next page in the package, I can't, there we go. On the left is the information sign. And this is the sign that you would see as you come on the island, where you see in various places around the island. You don't need a ton of these, but you need some. I would put that bumper color notation on this sign as a graphic down at the bottom. We've done something similar for Oak Island. They've got a little phrase, no bumper, no parking, bumper being a curb stop. And it's been very effective for people to make sure that they're parking in the right spot. And that has a very simple graphic that says you got to add a bumper.
Jim, I asked you a question a week or so ago that had to do with the length, a maximum length of a vehicle. And we have nothing in our municipal code that delineates that. But 20 feet is a number.
20 feet is a standard.
Do you find that is a violation? Do you find people with huge dualies with a Reese hitch out the back that's this far, trying to park in a regular spot in other islands?
Yes, all the time.
And if it's diagonal parking, that's one thing. All that you do is you hit it, or you put your shin into it. But parallel parking is a little bit different. So what's your comment on that?
There's two types of vehicles that always get me. One is the very large extended cab trucks. Second, large Sprinter vans. And third is some of the utility vehicles that guys like turtle patrols might use for some of the other activities. And we've actually gone out and measured those. And that gets us up to a max of about 23 feet. If we can keep within that and people park properly in a space, we don't usually do anything about it.
Well, our spots are 22 feet wide. They were 20, and then from the parking committee.
Long.
I'm sorry, long.
Because they're only 10 or 12 feet wide. And the issue with the 10 or 12 feet wide is with the dualies. Because if they don't fit within that space, or if they leave their tires hanging out on the road, they're going to get a ticket.
Well, that's different because that's the width.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about length, because if I don't care how wide it is, if it fits in the parking spot and their tire's not on the bike lane or the sidewalk, then they're not violating. But and most people that drive those, because I've got a big SUV, but mine's 19 foot 2 inches with counting my trailer hitch.
You can put a hitch.
And I can get in a 22 foot spot. It takes me about 3 3K turns to do it. But I'm asking you, is it a problem?
I don't see it as a problem.
So we're not going to waste space on a sign to say maximum 20 foot.
I don't think so.
Should
I would not recommend it. Not in this first go around.
Okay.
Something we can change later if we need to.
Should we put that in ordinance?
Not if we don't have to.
No, I'm just asking.
If he's not going to enforce it, no.
No. Okay.
I would
Good.
not.
That's fine.
Not unless the police chief or somebody else sees that as a consistent problem. I do not see it anywhere else.
Okay. Good.
We will certainly monitor that. If we do see a problem, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
I've got some housekeeping, which I'm not going to waste time here, but I just want to run it by you. On your big sign on the left, you talk about curb stops or bumpers. It's painted strips in the gazebo lot and on streetscape. We may want to use something other than a bumper. So how about markings? Just think about that. It's before you make the signs.
I try to be agnostic and come up with a common set of terms. In North Carolina, they're bumpers. Outside North Carolina, they're curb stops. But we have some spaces that don't have them, and they've got nothing. Lines on the pavement. Anyway, but this is a sign that we can modify as we go. This sign is larger. This is an 18 by 24 because it has a lot of information and it needs to be clear. So this one is a larger sign.
And this will go up in various around the island.
Yeah, we will work with staff to identify the areas that are traveled the most.
Okay.
You're talking about maybe 15 of them as your swag to start
Yeah,
off with.
That was my estimate.
All right, good.
Okay.
Now, do we have to vote on this one then?
No, nothing to vote on.
No,
Yeah, my screen
I'm
went
okay with
blank. There it goes. So
Gotta fill in the words.
Okay, yes.
this is the cost estimate first round for what we think the number of signs are required for. If you do business, we need some business signs. That's the free 1 hour. Streetscape lot and the gazebo lot. We typically do one sign for every 4 spaces. The reason for that is people who go to use the QR code to get their permit, we don't want that sign to be further than 2 cars away. Otherwise, they won't see it. So if I park here, it's got to be the next car over or the next car over. And that's just simple human nature. Got to do it.
Okay, so your QR code is really key. You want that to be convenient for people.
That has to be
Okay.
convenient, and the sign itself has to be visible from your parking space.
But it doesn't matter if you have 2 golf cart and 2 regular cars, they're going to the same QR code.
Yes.
Okay.
They go to the same QR code. Same with the gazebo. We estimated about 15 of the information signs. Then we've got LSV signs and then New Lot and North Shore signs. So my estimate right now for the parking areas that we talked about at the very beginning is we're looking at about $10,000 just to procure the signs. Does not include installation.
If we have colors to delineate spots, do we really need 2 different signs, one for vehicle and one for low-speed vehicles?
No, you just need more of the same sign.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's
Gotcha.
a good point. That's what I was going
Gotcha.
to talk about.
Yeah.
That's very, very important.
You still need the same number of signs.
Yeah.
It's just different signs.
Right. But at least it's easier.
It's
you know?
easier.
Okay.
There's fewer. The key is how many signs we're going to have, and not try to pollute with too many signs. And
Yeah, that's
it's hard.
it.
It's
Is
hard
it is very hard.
because we
You know,
park on Main Street,
I mean, if
and other communities do not.
yeah, and Main Street's going to be a different animal because you've got 1 here, 1 there, 2 here, 2 there. That's going to be a different situation.
But if we first delineate where the driveways are, that's half of our battle.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we've at least protected the people that
Absolutely.
there.
That's what I said. If you designate where you can park, we'll make sure there's no cars in driveways. That's for sure.
Peter, you spent 10 days measuring your driveway.
22 days.
Okay. I was encouraging him.
Yes.
Okay.
We need to take any action on this, guys?
No.
No, I agree. Okay, go.
The next slide is just the auto contract amendment.
Mhm.
We have a basic agreement in place today, the SAS agreement. That is still in effect. It still applies to everything that we're trying to do here. It's just the amendment that changes. The draft amendment that you have now has 3 changes that we just talked about.
Mhm.
So changing the 2 cars, $25 each. I have to go back through the other
Yeah.
brain fog here to remember the other 2. I will get those to Lisa as they will be documented in the meeting minutes. And I'm just looking for your approval with those changes to accept that amendment. Unless there are any other questions or issues with that.
I have
amendment.
something I'd like to bring up really for Jim's edification. I certainly can appreciate that and this goes back to your chart here where it's call it a phasing in of a number of spots.
Yeah.
The first phase, there's 130 spots. That certainly isn't going to be a huge moneymaker for the town, or it's probably not going to cover your costs. But it's then in phase 2, we're talking about the new lot with 121 spots in it. I think that may be optimistic. If we are expecting that to happen by April 1st, to get it up, built, cluck feathers squeak. And this is where I'm going here, where I'm trying to go. We have, as we all know, a treasure here on our beach. But it's also known as a public trust beach. And there's certain laws that or certain requirements that public trust beaches or municipalities that are involved in the public trust beaches have to enforce. And one of the key things is, and I've done a reasonable amount of research on this over the last couple of weeks, you have to provide access to people, and you have to provide reasonable access to people. And if we go in all of a sudden and we have paid parking in phase 1, but we have no parking on Main Street because we haven't jumped through all the hoops the DOT may or may not want, we better get our act together when it comes to North Shore and Canal. And I noticed that Canal was on phase 3.
It's totally up to you where you want to do it.
Well, and I'm trying to be open in this, that there's things that we need to do, because if all of a sudden we open up the season, like in Jaws, and there's all the visitors are coming to Amityville, and all of a sudden they realize there's no parking on Main Street. Well, where do I park? Well, all of a sudden we've reduced the amount of parking to a public trust beach by a significant percentage. Somebody's going to complain with their attorney.
Can I?
Well, I just want us to realize that we can't just close down Main Street without opening up a whole bunch of other options so that we can park a reasonable number of people in comparison to what's been available in the past.
Is there any way that we could flip phase 2 and phase 3 easily?
Well,
phase?
I think that's something that needs to be evaluated, because I think we've jumped too quickly into a lot of things. There's a lot of things I've seen being out on the streets that are not what I thought was going to be the amount of work required.
We have phase 2 as being cross streets and new lot on Sunset Boulevard. We're probably that's not going to happen by April 1st. The 5 empty lots.
You're not going to get an answer out of me.
I know, but I don't see how it's going to happen to get all the work done in there.
I'm not trying to polish this thing here right now, because it's still going to be.
You've got a very, very good point, and we and I have talked about this. Very good point. I think, and Jim is not going to mandate that. He knows that the town has to tell him what's going to come into play here, but we got to be flexible, and we got to just do what we can do to try to build up enough parking for this season to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, but we can't just say, oh, there'll be free parking on Main Street like we had last year.
You can't,
because he won't let us do that.
No,
because then the pay lots are going to starve.
Yeah.
And
if you go down that path, you might as well delay it a year and wait until you're ready. That's what it comes down to. Because if you keep free parking on Main Street, it defeats the purpose of everything that you're trying to accomplish.
If we did that, have we lost you?
Yeah. I've been around for 2.5 years.
He has been very patient.
He still won't give me an answer.
The point is that we have to get our act together, determine what rules are going to be applied, how we're going to do it, and then can we get it done? And there is, like, if you could do streetscape and gazebo by April 1st, and maybe by May 1st or June 1st, add Main Street.
I'm saying you can't do that.
Well,
because somebody will go to jail.
Could we,
Well, I don't know jail, but.
Okay,
I don't
Yeah.
know jail.
get their knuckles slapped
Yeah.
by,
we may-
by somebody in Raleigh.
Yeah, that may happen, but as long as we're progressing, we show a plan, I think we're in good shape. I will check that with NCDOT.
Yeah.
But,
NCDOT doesn't control that.
well,
It's
Don't know.
CAMA and Wildlife and Fisheries controls public trust beaches.
that's true.
NCDOT doesn't know how to
No.
spell it.
Well, they will, I would believe they would know, but.
Yeah. I think we all know that this is a challenge that has to be addressed and taken care of. We're not going to do it tonight.
I know
Okay,
we're not.
so let's
I just
move
want
on.
this to be
Let's go.
focused, that we're going to get to a point where all of a sudden we're going to go, oh crap. We've eliminated 75% of the parking on the island, and we're still in June 1st, and we've been doing this for 3 months, or July 1st.
We'll get there. We'll,
Question?
thank you. That's good.
jumping ahead a little bit, we talked about can payments for citation payments can be mailed in with a check payable to, and you give an address, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work with the next day fine being higher if not paid on the same day?
We check the postmark.
Postmark. And if they drop it in on Sunday night at
If it's-
post
if
office
it's
at 9
close.
o'clock.
If it's close, we go, okay. So we
you know.
want to get those closed out.
Second question. When you talk about handicap allowances, we talked about free parking for handicap. What is the chance we can restrict that to handicap plates versus handicap tags?
Can't do it.
Zero? Because I sit at many parking lots and watch people pull up in the handicap park their car or truck and then jump out and actually dance into the store because grandma has a
We're not going to
handicap.
solve that social problem.
What people will do for
Well,
20.
There's an answer to it, and that is to charge people with handicap tags. And we have to provide so many spots by the ADA. And we spent our money making some of these ramps accessible and some of them with viewing platforms. I just see too much chance for abuse if we don't charge for parking in the handicap spot. The handicap spot gives them a place to park, but why should other people subsidize their parking? And by law, we can charge for that.
Yeah, I think by law we can. As to whether I want to vote for that, I think that Jim had a good suggestion that guidance that parking a handicap with a placard or plate, you can park in a handicap spot for free as long as you park properly. Don't have your tires on the bike path.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if they park in a regular spot and don't pay, they get a ticket.
Yeah.
Because we do not guarantee every handicap person a parking spot.
We don't guarantee everyone a parking spot, period.
No, you're right, Charlie. You're right.
Absolutely.
And that's a thing that council needs to vote on.
Yeah.
Maybe not tonight, but as to whether you want to charge handicapped people to park, I think we would have the right to do it. I would say no, but that's 1 out of 5.
Now, do you want us to go to the contract now and go and?
So I'd like you to ask me any questions associated with the contract because except for the couple of minor changes, I think we're ready to approve it.
Okay.
I've already beaten you to death on it, so I won't go there anymore.
Yeah. Okay. I'll wait now.
So page 150, 115, Exhibit E, Item 6 covers the handicap allowances.
Where are you?
Page 115 in the packet.
115.
Yeah. Exhibit E, 115.
I'm looking at something else. All right, go ahead, John. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, that has it. The proposal in the amendment is handicap parking is free with license plate or hang tag depicting current handicap status when the
Exhibit
vehicle
E,
is parked in a
last
handicapped
page.
space.
Last page of the contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last page.
Yeah. I mean,
Got
to
it.
me, that seems reasonable and that somewhat covers what we've discussed here.
I also agree with that. I also agree with that.
But we probably have to have a municipal code that covers that too.
No,
Okay.
you do not.
We do not?
You do
Good,
not.
good, okay.
So my
So I don't think we need to change anything in,
right.
does somebody think we need to change that?
I don't know.
I do not.
Okay,
Okay,
good.
all right.
Any other questions or issues associated with the contract amendment?
I do not.
I don't.
I don't either, I don't think.
And
I think we've covered it all.
I would request that somebody make a motion to approve it with the changes that we've approved.
This is what y'all want,
Tonight.
make the motion.
I make a motion that we approve the amendment 3 with the changes that we've discussed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
It's
I'd like to add something. Most of the people that were complaining about the cost of fixing up the delineating the spaces or turning those lots into a parking lot. We have plenty of citizens here, town residents, that come here just to golf. They never go to the beach. They should not pay for other residents to go to the beach or to park at the beach. The idea of paying for it, at our last meeting, we asked where the money would come from, and we were told we could use the beach fund to fund this, and then pay that money back to the beach fund from the parking revenue. Anybody else besides town residents are going to have to pay. Our town residents should not pay the subsidized parking for someone from Calabash, Carolina Shores, Ocean Isle, wherever. That's all.
Okay.
Any other questions for me?
No, Lisa, now, the next part of this was the ordinance amendment. I make a motion, we table that one. Next one was the ordinance. I make a
Oh,
motion-
no, I'd like to beat the hell out of
Oh,
that.
geez. I make a motion, we table that one, let the police chief and the people work on that and come back in the February meeting with updated ordinances.
Was there a second on that?
I'll second that.
Any discussion, please? No?
No.
No.
All right, we'll move on. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Jim,
We're moving
thank you
on.
so much.
Good
We're
presentation,
moving on to
Jim.
new business.
And Roz got what she wanted.
Moving
You
on.
always get what you want.
She's got a golf cart. you know.
Moving on next to new business. Scheduled first budget planning session 2/7/2025 as each councilman looked over and make sure this is good for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll make a
So
motion.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion. We schedule the first budget planning session for Friday, February 7th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Board and committee appointment reappointments. Planning board, there's 2 members with expiring terms in February and 1 ETJ vacancy. The ETJ seat expires on August 24th and has been vacant for some time. Then there's a fireman relief board. Y'all council have done y'all's
Interviews.
interviews and everything. So who's your people? Who you choosing? Let's go.
I'd like to make a motion that we reappoint Jerry Barnes and Richard Dysinger to the planning board as regular members.
Second.
Second, okay.
What about the ETJ member? You left that person
Well,
out.
hold
You
on. Well, I,
want to bring it in separate or?
Yeah.
well, we don't have to, I guess. I was only prepared to
Go ahead,
talk about those two.
Add the other two.
I would like to add on to that motion that Kevin Doherty be appointed as the ETJ member of the planning board, seeing he was the only one, although highly qualified for that position, and that Vicky Harper be reappointed to the Firemen's Relief Board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Chapter 141, non-residential building or structure ordinance. Ordinance will provide the town with regulations to abate, remove, remove public health nuisances with non-residential building or structures.
I'd like to make a motion that we incorporate Chapter 141, non-residential building or structure ordinance into our unified development ordinances. It's not a unified development ordinance, is it?
No.
It's a general municipal code.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Second.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next up, it'll be the UDO text amendment 313A2, TBL 3 dimensional requirements.
For anybody interested, this is the hotel.
All right. What's the pleasure of council in regards to this?
I'd like to make, well, when do we make statements? Do we do it during discussion, or can we do it?
You can discuss now, and then we
Right
can.
now.
There's been a couple things that have been said that are not quite accurate. People have said they do not want a hotel in the mud district. I'll bet I've gotten 15 emails from people that say they do not want a hotel in the mud district. Well, a hotel is an approved use within the mud district, and there is not anything that anybody up here can do to prevent a hotel from being built in the mud district. Up to 50 foot tall. Okay? There's also been some conversation that the planning director or planning group needs to work with the HOA on High Market Street to come up with some architectural design requirements.
Aren't there already architectural design?
Yeah, and we are not, our planning board is not going to meet with an HOA to decide what they do or do not want to do with their existing architectural. The mud district has been set up in our town as a unique zoning district to apply or provide places for a variety of different applications. I happen to live in MR2 zoning district. A hotel is not allowed in MR2. A hotel is allowed in mud district. A restaurant is not allowed in MR2. A restaurant is allowed in the mud district. If you look at the tables, and these have been around for 20 years, long before most of the people that have spoken that live in that area ever bought here. There are people that own that property in the mud district, and they have every right to build in accordance with our UDO. That being said, we are considering on just the hotel use to increase the height limit from 50 foot, which is allowed now, to 60 foot. Now,
Whoa, 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 whoa. No.
Let them
Nothing.
finish. I mean, let them go ahead with their
people
stuff.
have also brought into this conversation numerous times a hotel in Sea Trail that Riptide came, I was chair of the planning board at the time, came before the planning board and asked for permission to build a 50-foot hotel in that area. Now, That is MR3. And the fact is that MR3 has a 35-foot height limit. There's some other ways that you can weasel around that, but a 35-foot height limit. The planning board, through a conditional zoning, which is a very specific process, went through 22 different sites within Sea Trail, dealt with each one individually, and that hotel was a part of site number 13. And the applicant, Riptide, came before us and said they want the right to build a 50-foot hotel there. We deliberated about it. We said it'll be good for Sea Trail, we thought, and that's our obligation, is to look at what's best for the citizens and the people involved in the town. We approved that. Now, that's conditional zoning. If Riptide, somebody else said that Riptide could come back and get a variance for that hotel. That's not true. The conditional zoning agreement consists of 22 sites. If Riptide wants to come back and wants a 60-foot hotel there, they come back before a process, and it would start with the planning board. Now, they could go to the Board of Adjustment and get a variance for that one site. If they want, however, if they go to the planning board, which would, and planning board serves as recommendations to town council, but so the decision would be ours. But it's not a simple process. Now, there's been a number of things stated in that Riptide letter that also talked about, hey, if you're going to do it for one, you need to do it for us. No, we don't. It's a totally different process. It's a different set of circumstances. And where they could still get a 60-foot hotel, they need to go about it in the proper manner. Not just say, because you did it for him, you got to do it for me. Now, they also claim that they lowered the height on some of their buildings. And somebody said tonight, because we requested it, or we demanded it, or we, whatever the word was, that's not the case. There was one area where there was one building where instead of being 4 stories, they made it 3. They then said, for us to do that, we want to go and add another building in another one of their 22 sites. So they took the 24 units from Discovery Lake, and they moved it over to Heron Point. And we said, okay, if that's what you want to do, we'll discuss it. Planning board then said, okay, we're going to agree with that. It wasn't that we said, you cannot do this here. That's not the way a conditional zoning agreement works. It has to be a negotiation between both of the parties. So bringing in the Sea Trail Hotel into this conversation tonight is really inappropriate. There are ways that they can go about getting a higher hotel there, and we'll jump at the opportunity to negotiate that with them. But let's not confuse the issue.
Well, there's another thing too. When town council and town staff was invited to look at the new restaurant and all the improvements there, I asked Mike Busserone, if I'm saying that right, when the hotel was going to be built, and he told me not in the near future.
But that's still not binding. It's not
And
binding.
he's not. That's not his business.
He's not the owner.
He's the golf guy, not the guy doing the other stuff.
I'm just
Okay,
telling
hold
you
on. Let us.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what he told me.
It's all right. Okay. Go,
Yep.
go. Go ahead. Do you need
Um,
anything more? What am I telling for?
Those are all the overall points I want to make. We are now dealing with a situation where an applicant has come to the town, and they could have done it through the Board of Adjustment, and they could have done it through conditional zoning, but they opted to do it through what's known as a text amendment. Everybody has those 3 options. The plans that they have provided to us where they're conceptual. They're conceptual. I have not seen an architectural rendering as to what that hotel is to look like. However, I've researched it through the Hilton properties and looked, and I said to the applicant, is this what you, or generally what you want to build? And they said yes. Now again, not binding, but it is one of the things that I want to add to the text amendment that we have, it's in front of us tonight, is what it reads is, in the MUD zoning district, that doesn't mean everywhere else, a hotel may be constructed to a height of 60 feet. I would like to see if the applicant is willing to add some wording to that, which would say not to exceed 4 stories. And the reason I'm saying that is I am sensitive to what people are talking about when it comes to densities, because in a 60-foot tall hotel, you wouldn't be limited to 4 stories. I would want to limit them because I am concerned about density and footprint, traffic, and that to me is a way of having at least some influence over that. Now, they could obviously make the hotel bigger. An office building that could be built there tomorrow could be bigger and bigger and bigger. But I'd like council to consider that, adding not to exceed 4 stories. But the applicant has to say, because this is their application, that they are willing to agree to that.
I will state that for the record. 4 stories is acceptable.
Who are you?
I'm Gail Wallace.
I know who you are.
Sorry,
Yes,
Gail
ma'am.
Wallace with Clarendon Properties. We are the representative, the developer for the ownership group that has made application for the text amendment.
And we have not talked before this about 4 stories, so don't, this is not a setup.
Peter, how about
Question,
you?
Pete.
Go ahead, John.
What document are you reading your amendment off of? Because the
Um,
amendment I have goes further and has an inclusive phrase.
Oh, I'm sorry, mine is old. You're right. John is exactly right. What's the page? What's the
Page
packet?
145
packet
of the
page
meeting
number?
packet.
Okay.
And the full.
I'm wrong. There is additional
Could
language.
you all cut the conversation out there, please?
Yeah. The full amendment is in the MUD zoning district, a hotel/motel may be constructed to a height of 60 feet, inclusive of all mechanical devices, parapets, and similar appurtenances. So
And have a maximum of 4 stories.
And you want to add in a max of 4 stories.
Now, one thing too to add to what John's saying, if we did nothing tonight, or we rejected the 60 foot, here's what could and likely, well, here's what could happen. They could build a 50-foot tall hotel with 10 foot of mechanical equipment or elevators on the roof that you'd have to look at, because it is not a requirement in the MUD district to screen rooftop mechanical equipment. We knew that succinctly when we were talking with the applicant when they first came in, because we realized what they could do. And in fact, I was a little surprised that they were willing to be as upfront and say, we want height so that we can screen our mechanical equipment. We just wanted to make sure it was in ink on the document.
So in fact, if the applicant came in and said, actually, we have a 50-foot building, they could still put whatever
on the roof,
to go.
And what they've showed us to this point, and I've got their documents here, is that the 60 foot is in the front of the building, underneath the overhang where people drive in to register in the lobby. And they didn't want that mechanical equipment to be visible as people approached the unit, approached the structure. So, but they could have built a 50 foot with 8 foot of mechanical equipment that we'd all have to look at, because our ordinance did not include that.
I would add to that, what Peter said was when we met 2 by 2 by 2 with the development group, we can't meet at threes, as you know, we have to have a public meeting. When we talked to them, it was, this hotel is going to be set back a long way from Beach Drive. Beach Drive, think of Beach Drive now. That's the way most cars go, and that's the way the cars will pass it. It sets way back from that. And I went over there and I stopped and looked at Beach Drive. If those mechanicals are visible, it is going to make that building, to me anyway, look ugly. I mean, ugly. Because if those mechanicals go up 7, 8 feet, what you're going to stare at is the roof. Now, most hotels you go to, you pull in front of the hotel, you look up, you never see the mechanical. That's the way they're set. This one's going to be an open space. And looking at those mechanicals is going to be, what I found was, I said, I understand what they want to do. And they asked our permission. They said, it's okay if we do this. The building's not going to look very good. So
Well,
take that into account.
again, the building height includes mechanical devices. I don't know that there's any 100% absolute guarantee that everything's going to be screened, because in our ordinance right now, it doesn't require screening.
That's right.
So
absolutely correct.
in the mud district,
In the mud district, yes. Everything in the mud
A
district.
big difference, a big addition in the terminology used here with the 60-foot. It's adding exclusive of the mechanicals, and it's adding the parapet. The parapet is the part that will screen the mechanicals. And that was a major omission in our previous code.
Well, but and there still is nothing binding on the applicant. If we go 60 feet, they could build a 5-story building tomorrow if we approved it as is.
Well, we've already added 4.
Well, now, but they didn't have to agree to that. And that wasn't something that all the citizens knew prior to making their comments and sending their emails.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Could you build a 50-foot hotel and then put the mechanicals on top of it? Then all we'd have to do is leave the 50-foot in there and change it to exclusive of the.
Are you asking, can
Pull
we
the
build
mic
Hold the
down.
microphone down.
can we build a hotel that is maximum 50 feet, including?
Exclusive of the mechanicals.
Well, they're doing it now. Their building is only 51 foot tall.
Right. To the roof deck. The building is 45 feet.
You're right.
Right. There are various heights of parapet walls throughout the building, again, to make it a bit more attractive, a bit more interesting. So can we build the hotel that we wish to build at 50 feet, including mechanical units? The answer would be no.
The answer is 50 feet.
Can I build the building and then
50
above
feet
that
and then
be
have your
mechanicals?
mechanicals?
Yes, sir, we can.
That's the way the code is.
Yes, sir, we can.
So in that case, we would not have to change our limit. We just make the wording, leave it at 50 feet. To be constructed to a height of 50 feet, exclusive of the mechanical devices, parapets, and similar appurtenances, whatever.
Appurtenances.
The whole point is our code did not have parapets.
Well, what you're saying is then I could build a 70-foot hotel.
No.
If my hotel is only 50 feet, exclusive of mechanicals, parapets, whatever, I could go as high as.
Then we'll go in and add
4 feet.
the last item in our agenda here is to try to keep the 6 feet mechanicals. So we would cover that. But my point is, for your hotel, you do not need a 60-foot approval. You need a 50-foot approval plus the mechanicals on top. And that's the way the code is now, except for parapets. The parapets are what's not permitted under our current codes.
That's right. I can build a 4-story hotel
Yeah.
at 50 feet. with the understanding, I just want to make sure you all understand that on top of that 50 feet are mechanical units.
Right.
Okay. So if your requirement is that we screen it, then the text amendment at 60 feet gives us the ability to screen all mechanicals, anything else that might be up on the roof. The hotel would be a maximum of 60 feet, period.
So what the touching point people have is not so much the mechanicals. The touching point is the 50 feet, raising 50 feet to 60 feet. So we keep it at 50 feet and leave room for you to add mechanicals on top of the building and add the parapet. The current code just lacks the parapet. Do you have, Ron, do you have the current?
The current code in the mud district lacks the screening.
Well, that's the
right.
parapet. I'm calling it
And,
parapet.
and I think that you need to be very specific then in regards to whatever that maximum might be. Because otherwise you are opening yourself up for a situation where I could build a 50-foot hotel and then screening of mechanical units could be unlimited.
Well, let's say it's 10 feet, and what you've done, in fact, is you're
You're
going
at the
to
same
60
point.
feet.
You're at the same
Yeah,
point.
but that's not where the touching point is around the community. The
Well,
community
I
is
think
going
it's
from.
I think it's understanding
Yeah.
what we're really asking. And beyond that, I want to say that, we hear a lot about the architectural design. There are written statements out there that are going to require this development to meet certain standards.
Not from the town, but from the
master
the
developer.
owners of
That's
the property.
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's correct.
Mhm.
And so, we're committed to building a structure that will be conducive to the architecture that is nearby and within the village at Sunset Beach.
Okay.
John, I've tried to go where you're going for a month and a half.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work in the mud district. And now don't believe me, but you don't have to believe me, but I've beat it to death. That's why I also initiated that we needed to come up with a new definition of building height that would deal with everything else in this town, because it was still lacking. So, but there's two separate topics. The mud district is unique on its own because screening of mechanical equipment was not a part of the mud district before.
Mr. Mayor.
What you five councilmen gonna do? Let's talk.
I recommend that we go with the designation we had in 3, which is finished off with and a maximum of 4 stories.
I'll second that.
Any more discussion?
Yes, I would like to say in reference to the hotel, it's not going to bring crime. It's not going to bring illegals. It's not going to.
Come on, let him talk.
Come
Let him talk.
on.
Listen to him.
We have a. I don't want to live there. I live in the town. We have a good police department. They keep things like that from happening.
Okay.
And as far as the hotel being no good to anybody around, it's going to be an asset to every store in that shopping center, including the ABC store, which we get the profits from.
Hold it.
Please.
Let's not bait each other.
Yeah.
Y'all got any more discussion?
No.
Not all y'all in favor? Go ahead.
Someone there? That's a consistent statement there.
Can't you just read it from the what connects? No, but I have it. Emergency disconnects. It's right there. Isn't it the same?
No.
It's not there.
Same one. Should have given it to the mayor. One disconnect.
Who made the motion?
Mike did.
Here, you got to read that, Mike, since you made the motion.
That's the consistency statement at the top.
The town council hereby approves of the proposed amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance and finds that it is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan, open paren, 2017 Town of Sunset Beach Land Use Plan, close paren, as the additional height applies to hotels, motels to be located in the mixed-use district, and 2, that it is in the public interest because of an amendment encourages hotels, motels to be located in the mixed-use district and will serve the seasonal and year-round population in accordance with the goals I outlined in the 2017 Land Use Plan. D, the town council hereby denies the proposed.
No, that's the one that's the only one. You made a motion. That's a motion.
Sorry.
Y'all got a motion and a second. Y'all have had your discussion. Is there any more discussion? Any more discussion?
There's two. If we were going to deny it, there'd be something else we'd read.
Excited.
You have
Part
two
A and
choices.
part
You have two
B.
choices, yes or no.
Y'all got a motion on the floor. You got a second on the floor. You've had your discussion. What's your vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Nope.
Moved up.
Whoa.
UDO text amendment 310B, encroachment, emergency disconnects. That's your next one.
Ron?
What's your pleasure of council here?
Kate, 4.
Yes.
Councilmember Larkin had
We can't hear you.
Turn your microphone on, please.
No. You'll be right on top. There's a little switch right on top.
Is that better?
There'll be a green light.
All right, sorry. Councilmember Larkin late last week had indicated that a couple of phrases were missing from this ordinance, and I have made the change as requested, and would like to pass that out. Everyone, and that which you'll get is on the last page and it's highlighted, so you can see what we've added. In essence, the same. It was just to clarify that the encroachment for electric service emergency disconnect is into the setback, and they also added for side and rear. Make sure it was clear it could be inside and the rear in those situations.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the one we changed.
For the emergency
Batteries are going dead.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the UDO text amendment 3.10, 3.10B Bravo, encroach emergency disconnects. And Ron is correct. He has, after our conversations, and this has already gone through some of the people at the planning board with the change, that it affects both the side and the rear. I'd like to make a motion, we accept it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Likewise, we need a consistency statement on this.
And it's right here. Do you have it?
You'll read it, Kevin. You made the motion.
All right. Town Council summary. Action A, the Town Council hereby approves the proposed amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance and finds that it is that it is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan, 2017 Town of Sunset land use plan, and there are no specific policies pertaining to setback encroachments, and that it is in the public interest.
Got a motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, excuse me, UDO text amendment 213 stormwater management and 324A4 driveways. What's the pleasure of council in regards to this?
I think we should approve it.
Make a motion.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've got it.
Okay.
Well,
we have to vote on it.
I have to
Somebody
make a
gotta
motion.
first.
Okay.
Make a motion that we approve the UDO text amendment, 2.13 stormwater management and 3.24.A.4 driveways, with the consistency statement that the town council approves the proposed amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance and finds that it is consistent with the town's comprehensive 2017 Town of Sunset Beach land use plan, as the changes to stormwater requirements clarify current requirements without negatively impacting stormwater control in the town, and that it is in the public interest because the amendment continues to refine the town's interest in having effective and efficient stormwater measures in accordance with the goals outlined in the 2017 land use plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, excuse me, public hearing consideration, section 335C tree protection requirements. Go ahead, Mr. Satterfield.
Yeah, this is an item that has been forwarded to you from your planning board from a meeting last month. They do recommend approval of what you have before you. In essence, what it is doing is it's trying to take into consideration single-family homes that are being built on half-acre lots or smaller, to allow some opportunities for them to build that home without being penalized for removing trees. What we're finding out with the current code is that it's very penal, and people are not able to mitigate trees onto their site. So that was the purpose of the ordinance, is to provide some relief in some regard for that, but not in all cases. So if there's a development that's being going through a process of major mass grading, they would not be exempt from the standard. They would still have to comply with tree standards.
What is the pleasure of council in regards to setting a public hearing?
I'd like to make a motion, we set up a public hearing for consideration of section 3.35C tree protection requirements.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, be public hearing consideration section 324A driveway connections. Go ahead, Mr. Satterfield.
Yes, I believe this amendment is coming from the parking subcommittee, if I'm not mistaken. So it's to change, in essence, is to allow a required duplex dwelling having a collective driveway width not to exceed 20 feet or consisting of two 10-foot widths, driveway separated by 20 contiguous feet. So this was given to me to process. Planning board has reviewed it, and they do make a recommendation of approval, request that it be scheduled for public hearing.
Our original UDO requirement 3.24 didn't make any sense, where the wordings were tripping over themselves. We needed to add words like the word width. We needed to add outside the street right away, just to make sure that you knew where you were talking about with these specific dimensions. It doesn't change the width of a driveway.
Pleasure of council in regards to this.
I'd like to make a motion. Make a motion that we schedule a public hearing for Monday, February 3rd, 2025 at 7 p.m. in Town Hall Council Chambers.
Do you want the consistency we got on this?
You don't need
No,
to
we
vote.
don't
We'll,
need to.
we'll in February.
It's just a public
All
hearing.
right, all right. Then next, so I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is the public hearing consideration, section 7.3, depth, height, and building structure.
And,
Go ahead again, Mr. Satterfield.
yes, and this is coming in heels of Mr. Larkin. Councilman Larkin indicated a few minutes ago that he had requested a definition change for building height. The planning board had made a similar request as well. This was presented to the planning board at their meeting, and they are they've recommended approval of this amendment and request to schedule a public hearing at your February meeting for that.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
The change is a screening apparatus not exceeding 6 feet in height or the height of the mechanical devices, whichever is less. I'm not an engineer and I'm not a builder, but when I look at some of the elevator shafts and the elevator mechanicals on top of a building, they look taller than 6 feet.
Yeah, it's not.
And what this is saying, you have to use 6 feet or smaller.
It's not limiting the mechanical device.
Yeah.
But it is, that mechanical device can still be taller, but the screening apparatus is limited to 6 feet as proposed by the planning board.
Okay, so the screening wouldn't necessarily cover
Right.
or
At that
shield.
point, that point, they have to start looking at moving the
Okay.
mechanical units to comply with the rules.
Because our UDO is pretty clear when it talks about screening in non-mud district business areas. So it challenges the developer
Yeah.
to properly screen without exceeding the building height.
Yeah. That clarifies what I was concerned with. Thank you.
That's good.
What's the pleasure of council?
Make a motion that we schedule a public hearing for Monday, February 3rd, 2025, 7 p.m. in the Town Hall chambers to cover section 7.3, defining the definition of height in building structures.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 10 is dispositions of directives. We have those 3 public hearings that'll be added there. And then we have our 2/7 budget hearing. Anything else need to be put on there?
We have the shovel.
Approval of the shovel ban. And, oh yes, the parking regulation ordinances, we said that, yeah.
All right. We got ordinance.
What was that other?
Anything else?
Parking regulation ordinances, the shovel. What was the third one,
Shovel
Lisa?
and the
What was it? We got
ordinance. And
parking
then we got the
ordinances?
budgets.
Budget, okay.
And then you got your 3 public hearings that you just voted on.
Yep.
All right, is there anything else? If not, we come to the public comments on anything. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the mic.
I think you guys are getting ready to know me by now. Brad Way, 7610-4 High Market Street. So first off, I want to thank you guys for taking the time to listen to us. That's probably going to be the nicest thing I say this evening. But I know being a leader is difficult, and you guys are in leadership positions, and I've done that for 40 years of my life. And when I learned I made the smartest decisions was when I listened to the people that were working for me. And it's obvious that you guys did not hear a thing that the folks you work for said. You think you know better than the folks that were here. Let me tell you what they told me before I came here. They said, Brad, you're wasting your time. They've already made a decision. And I said, I don't believe it. I believe if we come here and they listen to us, because all we're asking you to do is stick to your guidelines. I truly believe if you would have stuck to your guidelines and said, nope, we're not going to make this change for Hilton. Hilton has a brand they want to protect. They are not going to build a hotel with crap sitting on the roof that everybody can see because it hurts their brand. But we don't trust that. We just bring them in. So we're bringing a hotel in. And then the first reason we wanted a hotel was to get a freaking bakery, if you guys remember. That was our vision. Now we're excited about getting a hotel because we're going to get more drinkers. It's going to help the ABC store, but crime's going to be okay. Are you kidding me? Please think about what you guys say openly. Some of the things that came out of your mouths today was disappointing. You, Mr. Larkin, it was obvious your mind was already made up. You spent so much time speaking to them, just telling everybody else you've made up your mind. At least play like you listen to us. And I don't feel like you listen to any of us. And I know it's a hard job, believe me. And you can hear the emotion in me right now because I'm so disappointed. And Mayor Phillips, I appreciate the feedback you've given me. I've talked to you a couple of times, but I hope you've really enjoyed working with these folks, because my job now is the ones that are up for election. I'm gonna do my best to vote you out. I'm gonna work at it because you're not listening to us. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to speak on anything?
Yeah.
I'm not going to make many friends saying this,
Who
but
are
that's Richard Dysinger, 704 Fairway Drive, part of the planning board that worked through this text amendment and feel that it's actually been improved based on some of the feedback that has been received. Part of leadership is sometimes to tell people things they don't like. The strategic fact of the matter that I think the council is trying to deal with in this tactical way is the fact that we are surrounded by a community that's going to add somewhere between 40 and 50,000 household plats in the next 5 years. The strategy of this town should be, how do we absorb that incoming development without being overwhelmed by it? And to do nothing is not a strategy.
Mr. Dysinger, please talk to us.
And I support the town council in the decisions that it's made. They're not easy. There was a bunch of feedback that we got from the planning board along the same lines. And I think you've come to a good decision. And the bottom line, ultimately, that hopefully we can preserve the small town, big beach vibe of this town while enduring what is about to happen in Brunswick County and create an enclave, which I believe the Mud District is crucial to, okay? Those for sale signs along 174 and 904 are going to build strip mall one-offs, another Dollar General stores. We need to build a village. We got a big sign. Hey, Village of Sunset Beach. And it's a grass field. We need to change that. The hotel's a good start. I understand that there are a lot of people that feel like Sunset Beach is being changed in ways that they don't like. But those changes are imminent, and we need to guide them and not be overwhelmed by them. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? If not, do I have a motion to close this meeting?
So moved.
I have a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Where this come from?